Let's go. Really not much GameStop news as usual. But I guess this store in New York, I don't know if there's multiple stores in New York or what, but supposedly a store was like trying to force bundles on people or something like that. But I'm not sure if this is real or not because it just doesn't really make sense to me. Like why would why would GameStop force people to buy a bundle that's not like the Mario Kart one? Because that's like, I don't know, very odd, very odd. But yeah, we're approaching 28 bucks on really low volume, so that's kind of cool. A lot of people, have this idea that you can't go up on low volume for some reason, and I think today you're proving that wrong. I mean, I don't know if we'll hit highs today, but it's looking good and the volume's pretty low. I don't know who that is, but they're getting timed out. DN Sunny, haven't seen that in here before. What's up, bro? Jared, what's up, Jared? Sorry I missed the stream. Oh, you're good, bro. No problem, no problem. It was a really slow stream yesterday, but no problem, my friend. Life goes on. The stream goes on. You're here now. Ooh, I need a water. That's a little too much flavor for today. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Matt Romano? Yeah, early stream. Giving an early stream a try. I don't know. I might not stay until the close of the market. I'll probably leave around maybe in the afternoon. It depends how much news and stuff we have, because I do have a lot of insider buying and stuff to do. Because I kind of want to go to the gym, but I'm also sore as fuck. So I don't know. We'll see how the stream goes. It's been a while since we've got on this early. Who knows if we'll even have enough news to do like a 6-7 hour stream. We'll see. Nothing but up. I mean, it's whatever. We're at 28 bucks. It'll be more interesting when we're like 30, 40. Or, I don't even know if I'll be interested when we're at 30, 40, because at this point I really think it's like a 5, 10, 20-year play, so I don't know. I'm not really interested in the day-by-day price action. But, yeah. So, GameStop actively investigating Switch 2 forced bundling reports. After customers were allegedly made to bundle hundreds of dollars of extras in order to pre-order the Switch 2 at certain GameStops, the company's now looking to make amends. See, I don't know. That just doesn't really make sense. But whatever. We'll read it. When Switch 2 pre-orders launched in the US last week, physical GameStop stores saw lines around the block for pre-ordering in person. Reports suggest that some stores may have been looking to cash in on the coveted pre-orders by forcing customers to add extra games and accessories to form an expensive bundle, and GameStop Corporate is now investigating. Ex-user and Twitch streamer Elia Senzelis posted about his experience pre-ordering a Switch 2 at GameStop's Astoria store. Astoria? I don't know. Saying the store was forcing you to buy accessories by claiming they can't process the SKU just for the console. You really just gonna believe some random fucking streamer? Guy with hair? Like, you really gonna believe this guy? Doesn't even make sense. Like, all the GameStop stores gave you that piece of paper and you... Yeah, whatever. I think this dude's smoking crack, bro. I think this dude's smoking crack. Look at him. He looks like a crackhead. I'm just kidding. I don't know. I'm just talking shit. I'm just talking shit, but I really don't believe this story. Anyway, Cizentelis later posted a full video of his transaction at the store where a GameStop employee can be heard asking him to create a bundle with a minimum item quantity, even after bundling a micro SD card, Donkey Kong Bonanza, and Mario Kart World Bundle, and a Pro Controller. Zealous is told he needs to add 2 more items. In replies to the post, most other X users say they had no issue pre-ordering the console by itself at other GameStop stores, though some had similar stories of aggressive upselling of Switch 2 games, accessories, or warranties at some GameStop locations. Others claim they were told they needed a GameStop Pro membership to pre-order, or at least they were heavily pressured into signing up for the membership. I mean, you should have to have a GameStop Pro membership to pre-order, to be fair. I don't know if you actually. I know for cards you do, but you should have to have one for a pre-order, in my opinion. Games, especially how limited everything is. GameStop support account has now responded to Zenlensis. I can't even say this dude's last name, saying the company is actively investigating the matter. Any customer who was turned away at the Astoria location should reach out via DM so we can make it right, the post read. At present, the Astoria store is the only one mentioned by the GameStop support account. The entire pre-order experience for the Switch 2 has been a little chaotic so far, with US pre-orders delayed due to Trump tariffs, and consoles major US stock experience high demand, and technical issues when online orders open. Console pre-orders are now sold out for the time being, though many of the games and accessories are still available for pre-order. Switch 2 pre-orders are already being listed on eBay, but be careful to check what you're buying if you're planning to go down that route. He posted a video of it? How can I see the video? What does it say? Later posted a full video. It doesn't say on where or when. Maybe we go YouTube. Oh, ads anyway. I guess we gotta go to YouTube anyway. If I can type. Okay, there's that. Maybe we're not gonna hit 28. I don't know. This guy has 1 subscriber on YouTube. Like, what? So it's probably on Twitter, but I don't have Twitter, so. But this guy literally has 1 subscriber, so I really, I don't know. Seems like a lot of clout chasing to me. A lot of clout chasing. I don't know what he has on X. Let's see. Yeah, this dude has no followers. Like, how is this? I don't understand. I don't understand how just one guy's opinion creates this, but I don't know. Whatever. It'd be cool if you could actually find the video. It's probably, like I said, on Twitter, so I can't look at it, but I'm not gonna read Project Rocket. I'm over that. So, yeah, especially, I had to delete yesterday's stream, so yeah, no. But I'm not continuing to read that. That shit was boring. Coca-Cola had earnings. Not really moving. Sup, Moose again? How you doing, bro? What else did you have? You had Pfizer, Honeywell, Spotify. Well, Spotify will be a good one to check. Spotify's now down 7%. Not the best. Not the best. I don't know their numbers or anything like that. A lot of earnings. A lot of earnings. I don't know if I want to check all of them. You got Starbucks after hours, Visa, Booking, Snapchat. What's Snapchat at? That could be a good. Damn, that thing's up $9. Nice. Snapchat. I actually kind of like Snapchat, but yeah, I don't think they don't really make money though. It's just a interesting prospect for the future. Sup, KCR? Learned that my government wants to start taxing our stock profits more heavily. Flat tax of 10% on all gains. That sucks. Count for inflation, so tax like that is significant as our euro is worth less and less over the years. Huh. That's interesting. Well, I don't think it matters unless you sell anyway, so that's fine. Just make sure when you sell it's worth your time, I guess. The only thing I could say. It is weird though. Don't sell. Do you think there's gonna be different brackets for short term and long term though? Or is it just gonna be a straight 10% tax? Some yeah, I don't know. Because maybe if you hold for over a year, maybe the tax will be lower. Because that's how it is in the US. You have short term capital gains and long term. And then it varies by how much you made on the sell. Trading its tax as much as 50%. Yeah, that's how it is here pretty much. But if you have long term capital gains in the US and it's like under, I want to say like 12,000 or something, it is 0% or like 5% or something. Nerd wallet. Let's see. Do they not have a short term one? Yeah, see, falling rates in brackets apply to long-term capital gains sold in 24. See if it's under, well, it's for single. If you're under, okay, it's a lot more than I thought. If you're under 47,000, it's 0%. But then as soon as you make over 47,000, they tax you at 15. And it looks, oh, they raised it a little bit for this year, I guess. Assuming this is right. I don't know if this is right, but yeah. Good to know. That makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. I don't know what I think the short-term one's like really interesting though. Doesn't say. I guess I gotta put short term. Whoops. I think this is the same website I was just on. Yep. I don't know where the short term one is. Bankrate, maybe? There it is. Yeah. So short term, it's like 10% on 11,000 or 0 to 11,000. 12%, 11,000 to 47. 22%, 47 to 100,000. So I guess if you live in the U.S., make sure you don't make more than $47,000. I guess that's the what I'm realizing right now. And if you do, I guess Sell 45 of it this year and then sell the rest next year. 0.35% tax here, and they want to use FIFO, so less advantage for us and more tax dollars for them. Well, it's all good. It's just taxes. You have to pay them no matter what. It's no point in really caring about it. Just do what you can to work around it. It does suck, but nothing you can do about it. So that's all I can say. Just work around it, I guess. And like I said, as long as you don't sell, it doesn't really matter. If you make, you have quite a bit of shares, 2,000, like, if this goes over $100, pretty sure you're not going to care about a 10% tax. When you turn a 60 grand into 200K, I really doubt you're going to care about an extra 10%. Personally, I don't think, yeah. But even then, I think you might have to hold for long. I don't know. I guess it really just depends on what your goals are and what you're planning to do. Because getting taxed 50% is quite a bit. So you really got to make it worth it. But you only get taxed 50% on your gains. So, what would that be? 200,000 minus 60. So you get taxed on that. So you'd still make like $70,000, $80,000 or more, depending on the actual like percentage. So not bad. Better than nothing. Better than no money. And who knows, I'm sure there's certain things you can do. I don't know. I would just start researching taxes and stuff. I don't know shit about taxes in other countries. I only know a little bit for the US. Well, you rejected 28 multiple times, so now you're going to sell off, fill that profile between 2760 and 2780, and then who knows where we go from there. Unless the market starts moving, then maybe we'll start climbing with it, but multiple rejections off of 28 again. Bitcoin at 95,000. It's going to be crazy if GameStop bought more than the 1.5 billion worth of Bitcoin. Like, I don't think they could become the top holder. What is it called again? Treasury. I think it's like Bitcoin Treasury. I don't remember. There's some website. Because MicroStrategy has so much Bitcoin. They have 52 billion worth, but we could become number 2. And that would be interesting. You could become number 2 and still have like $1 billion of cash. Sure, that would cut the profits off of the the short-term rates, but if Bitcoin keeps going up, I mean, who cares? You'd still be making, 40 million a year just chilling. Feel good to talk about to someone about it. Not like the people around me care to talk about it as they have no stocks. Yeah, I think a lot of people don't want to think about that stuff either. I've paid a lot of taxes personally, so I just like, it's kind of normal for me. I'm like, whatever, I'll pay it. So I definitely have a different view than a lot of people. Because a lot of people, if they had to pay taxes, they would have a meltdown. But I've paid taxes every year for the past like 5 or 6 years, I think. Except this year. This year was weird. I don't know. I don't know what's going on this year. I'll let you know as soon as I know. I don't really want to talk about it because it's fucking weird. But hopefully it all works out. I think I've just overpaid in the past, but I don't. We'll see. Maybe I'm gonna get clapped. Yeah, strategy's going insane. They're going all in or nothing. Like if Bitcoin starts to sell off, strategy's fucked. But if it keeps going up, I mean, they're crushing. They're a true YOLO. A true YOLO by strategy. I just don't know if Ryan Cohen will do the same thing, honestly. I think Ryan Cohen's, I want to say he's a little bit smarter than that, but I would I'd kind of appreciate if he just went all in Bitcoin at this point. I think it'd be interesting. Because the stock would most likely squeeze, and then they could do another at the money and raise another, 2-3 billion. Like, it's like it's literally an unlimited money glitch if they went all in Bitcoin. It's what we were talking about a long time ago, and well, 6ix9ine's the one who brought it up, wherever the hell he is. But yeah, this would be a good opportunity for that, actually. Because people would go nuts, especially with Bitcoin being up. If they bought freaking 5-6 billion worth, people would go crazy. God, I have so much insider buying to do, but I just like don't even want to do it. Maybe we'll do it today. There's a lot though. There's a lot. Hey, you got some more whales, some little few thousand positions. 28,000 position right there. It's brand new. A lot of these are new positions. This 4,800 one is a 133% increase. So, good to see. Good to see some buying. Ooh, 7,500 calls. Damn, that's a 937% increase right there. That's wild. Big sell, though. 396 right there. That's a big sell. About 20% of the position. They have a massive position, but that is a very large sell right there. Couple other sells. I'm sure we already looked at all those. Wait, what happened here? Oh, I don't think I was in order. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. I was like, where did all these come from? Okay, so there's actually no new whales besides that big one from yesterday, the 39,000. I think these, yeah, source date 3/31. So a lot of these are from a month ago, it seems. But yeah, you got this guy, Bank of New York Mellon Corp. They sold 46,000 shares, but it's literally like 2% of their position, so I don't know how much that matters. Okay. I hate when it gets out of order like that. Gets me confused. 50 mil short interest. 95K Bitcoin. Crazy. It's crazy that Trump coin went to like $15 again just because he announced the dinner. It's crazy how our president can just pump a stock like that. I thought this funny. I thought this was funny. The White House blast hostile Amazon over tariff cost report. Company downplays change. It's like, bruh. If you didn't want Amazon to raise their prices, why do you have such high fucking tariffs for China? Most of their products are from China. Like, duh. Duh. Do you have a brain? You ever used a brain before? Fucking politicians, bro. They're stupid. I mean, I know it's all just a show, but imagine being that dumb. Oh no, Amazon's raising their prices. It's like, bruh, you guys are the one making the prices go up. You fucking idiots. Amazon's raising their prices. Fucking Caroline. Is it true she's dating like a fucking 60-year-old man? And she's like my age or younger than me? I don't know if that's real or not, but I did hear that through the ether that she's dating like a 60-year-old guy, which is insane. Shit. Seem like all those Bitcoin companies have their share price go ballistic in a short time frame. Yeah. For sure. Most definitely. What's up, NSO? Yo, NSO. Yo, NSO. The longest running member in the chat. What's up, bro? What's up? Alright, I guess we'll read this. Why not? Let's see what Caroline has to say. Caroline, Caroline. Do we just watch it? I think we just watch it.
Hi, Mr. Secretary. So it was reported this morning that Amazon will soon display a little number next to the price of each product that shows how much the Trump tariffs are adding to the cost of each product. So isn't that a perfect, crystal clear demonstration that it's the American consumer and not China who is going to have to pay for these policies?
I will take this.
See, some years ago I got into buying some stocks. I cashed out 10K yesterday. I think it has something to do also with you streaming, so thanks for what you're doing. Hey, much love, Yoda. So that's dope to hear, bro. That's cool to hear, because I also, you know, back then I wasn't really as in tune with the market as I am now, and like good at picking certain companies. So I'm glad you got a benefit in some way from those old streams, even though, you know, I definitely was newer to the market. That's cool. I did preach a lot about the long term back then. That's beautiful, bro. 10K, huh? 10K. Why aren't you holding still? Why'd you cash out? What made you cash out?
Since I just got off the phone with the president about Amazon's announcement, this is a hostile and political act by Amazon. Why didn't Amazon do this when the Biden administration hiked inflation to the highest level in 40 years?
Caroline. Caroline. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Pressure washing today. Good morning, afternoon. What's up, Moomba? Getting that money. Bit bad, have my money. Yo, NSO with the €2. Let's go. Glad you crushed it, bro. Glad you crushed it. But yeah. This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. What? They should have raised their prices during the Biden administration. It's like when inflation was the highest it's ever been. It's like, actually, inflation wasn't that high during the Biden. It was going down, actually. Well, you know, besides the first year when they were raising rates or whatever. Or, I guess the second half of the year. Or the second half of the term. The 4-year term, you know, when they're raising rates. I don't remember, actually. I don't know. During that time, I wasn't really following economics because it was so boring. So I don't exactly know how high inflation was back then, but I think it was only like 3%. So I don't know what these people are smoking. These fucking people. It's not because of our tariffs.
And I would also add that It's not a surprise because, as Reuters recently wrote, Amazon has partnered with a Chinese propaganda arm. So this is another reason why Americans should buy American. It's another reason why we are onshoring critical supply chains here at home to shore up our own critical supply chain and boost our own manufacturing here.
Is Jeff Bezos still a Trump supporter?
Look, I will not speak to the president's relationships with Jeff Bezos, but I will tell you that this is certainly a hostile and political action by Amazon. And Secretary, if you have anything to add.
Yeah, I would also add that the bringing down the terrible Biden inflation has been a priority for the.
Usually, like, I kind of agree with these people, but this is fucking retarded, dude. Like, they're over here talking about inflation that was like 3%, comparing a 3% to fucking 100% tariffs. These people are fucking delusional.
First 100 days of the Trump administration.
I don't give a fuck if inflation is 4%. You guys are dumb.
And President Trump has done a great job of leading that since January 20th. Interest rates, mortgage rates are down. Gasoline.
What did this man just say?
20th. President Trump has done a great job of leading that since January 20th. Interest rates, mortgage rates are down.
What? Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Mortgage rates are down? Okay, they're down 0.2%. Wow, Donald Trump, you're doing such a good job, buddy. You're doing such a good job, Donnie J. They're down 0.2%. Woo! Donnie J, you're crushing, bro. You're crushing. That's gonna save me a whopping $50 a month. Woo! Wow. Wow.
Gasoline and energy.
All right. Well, energy's down, but I don't think gasoline is. I agree, energy is down, but gasoline's not down. I literally filled up my car the other day, and I was looking at the gas prices. I'm like, wait, oil's down like $10 from like a while ago. Why isn't gas going down? It doesn't really make any sense, but usually it does. But you know, lower oil prices don't always equal lower gas prices, but usually it does. Meta launches standalone AI app to take on ChatGPT. That's breaking news. And you're also red on the day now on GameStop. But you're still above the breakout, so that's good. You're getting a breakout retrace here, filling in the profile. And we should go up into the 28s, but, you know, wouldn't be surprised if we sold off as well. Cashed out some to buy more. Fair enough. Fair enough. Heard tornadoes in Minnesota? Damn, that's scary. Trump's crazy, it's not a joke. I mean, it's politics, it's kind of a joke. It's kind of a joke. Sunny and beautiful. What's up, Kristen? I'm early, yeah. I don't know if I'm going to stay all the way to the market close, but we'll see. Keith Olbermann? I don't know what that is. You put a book title in here, I didn't see it. I didn't see the title. The mortgage rates, 6.8% or something like that. I don't know, but not enough to be being like, oh, rates are down. Like, bro, they're down 0.2 fucking percent. You're an idiot. 0.2% means nothing. Tell them crybabies not worry about the inflation and rate. Just cut out luxury items and work harder instead of crying. I mean, has nothing to do with inflation. This
Prices are down. We're expecting the further decreases. And as Caroline said, the big tax on consumers that goes unnoticed is deregulation or regulation, and we are deregulating and bringing that down. So, from a household income point of view, we would expect real purchasing increases. We've seen them over the first 100 days, and we would expect that to accelerate. We are doing peace deals, trade deals, tax deals, and deregulating. And the deregulation is a longer lead time, but I think by the third and fourth quarters, that's really going to kick in.
Do you? Do you really think it's going to kick in? I started to do stuff about Trump. You got Rachel Maddow. I don't know any of these people, Joanna, so I don't listen to people who talk about Trump, I'll be honest. Because 99% of people who talk about like politics or economics or anything for the most part have no clue what they're talking about. So, especially politics, I just don't. People's opinions on politics are meaningless to me. 100% meaningless. But yeah, I don't know any of those people, my friend, and I wouldn't read those books. Sorry to say, I would never read those. Or read that book, I guess. But if there's anything about like Trump or politics at all, like I'm not gonna read it. No way. No way. At least we actually have some news to read today. That's always nice. White House confirms stacked tariff reprieve for auto industry. The White House on Tuesday confirmed plans for the Trump administration to soften the impact of automotive tariffs as the car industry grapples with regulatory uncertainty and additional cost. Due to the levies, current tariffs of 25% on imported vehicles into the U.S. will continue, but the new measures will prevent other adjacent levies, such as an additional 25% tariff on steel and aluminum, from stacking on top of the others. Additional 25% tariffs on auto parts are expected by May 3rd, are still scheduled to take effect, but there'll still be an ability for some reimbursement. Reimbursement on auto part tariffs include up to an amount equal to 3.75% of the value of a U.S.-made car for 1 year, followed by 2.5% of the car's value in a second year. That would be phased out altogether. Wait. Did I just read that right? The reimbursements on auto parts tariffs include up to an amount equal to 3.75% of value of a U.S. car made for 1 year, followed by 2.5% of the car's value in the second, and then will be phased out altogether. I don't know what this last part means. Does that mean that they would get reimbursed for the whole tariff on the third year? Or do they only get reimbursed this 6.25% or whatever? This makes it seem like they get reimbursed for the whole thing, but I don't know. Caroline Leavitt told media Tuesday morning that President Trump would sign an executive order later in the day regarding the auto tariffs, but she declined to disclose any specific changes. The expected changes follow automakers and auto policy groups lobbying the Trump administration for some relief on tariffs, which have been stacking up on the auto industry. Last week, 6 of the top policy groups representing the U.S. automotive industry, including the Alliance for Automotive Innovation, that represents most major automakers, uncharacteristically joined forces to lobby the Trump administration against implementing the upcoming tariffs on auto parts. President Trump has indicated that an openness to reconsidering the administration's 25% tariffs on imported automotive parts, similar to the tariff relief recently approved for consumer electronics and semiconductors. That'd be a positive development and welcome relief, the group said in a letter to the Trump officials. The groups representing franchise dealers, suppliers, and nearly all major automakers said the upcoming levies could jeopardize U.S. automotive production, and noted many auto suppliers are already in distress and wouldn't be able to afford the additional cost increases, leading to the broader industry problems. Head of the company reporting its first quarter results Tuesday, General Motors CFO Paul Jacobson told reporters that the future impacts of tariffs could be significant. In response to the regulatory uncertainty and expected cost increases, GM discontinued its 2025 guidance, which did not take tariffs into effect, suspended stock buybacks, and delayed its quarterly investor call by 2 days until Thursday. Automakers expressed appreciation for the expected changes, but continue to face significant cost increases. Ford welcomes and appreciates these decisions by President Trump, which will help mitigate the impact of tariffs on automakers, suppliers, and consumers. Stellantis Chair John Elkann echoed those remarks. Stellantis appreciates the tariff relief measures decided by President Trump. While we further assess the impact of the tariff policies on our North American operations, we look forward to our continued collaboration with the U.S. administration to strengthen a competitive American auto industry and stimulate exports. GM CEO Mary Barra also thanked Trump, saying it was helping level the playing field for companies like GM and allowing us to invest even more in the U.S. economy. Interesting. That's an interesting thing right there. Maybe we'll read that. Maybe we'll read that. HSBC is latest Wall Street firm to cut S&P 500 year-end forecast if tariff uncertainty persists. I don't think I want to read this, but I want to see what they're... 255? It's a low-ass target, isn't it? Slashed your S&P 500 year-end target by more than 16% to 5,600 from 6,700. Oh, I see. So it's 255. I was like, damn, but 5,600. That's about where we're at right now. So they think we're gonna end around here by the end of the year. I mean, I'm cool with that. I don't really, I don't really give a shit about analysts' opinions or price targets because they have no clue what they're talking about, but still good to see, I guess, if you have any interest at all in it. I just don't put any weight on it because they're never right. Like, ever. I never see these analysts right. Alright. Maybe we'll read that, I don't know. United Airlines grows highest end Polaris Airport Lounge by 50% in battle for wealthy customers. See what that says. UPS to cut 20,000 jobs on likely lower Amazon shipments. Profits beat estimates. Oh, that's good. I think UPS wasn't profitable for a little bit, or maybe they were going downhill. If they're making the right cost cutting measures, that's good to see. I know they made some profit last year. It's just been going down. Still crushing though. I haven't looked at UPS UPS stock in quite some time. I was interested in buying it a long time. Damn, it's under $100. Holy shit. What the hell? I was looking at this thing at like 120. Damn, you're approaching freaking 2020 lows. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. That's weird. I think UPS might be like somewhat undervalued. I don't know. If their earnings keep declining, that sucks, but like they have 70 billion in fucking assets and only an 82 billion market cap. Like they're making 5 billion a year, or they made 5.7 billion last year. Just because their earnings are going down, it doesn't mean they're not crushing. Very weird. Very weird. It went up on earnings as well, and then it just sold off. That's crazy. There's a decent amount of upside on this stock too. If you think it could go back to all-time highs, there's a decent amount of upside. That's crazy. I can't believe this is under $100. That's actually wild. Like you're at support, you know, $95 was the support from 2014 to 2020. And now you're there. And I don't think, oh no, they do pay a dividend, so that could be why as well. Dividends do kind of artificially lower the stock. But if you buy UPS right now, you're getting like a 6.7% dividend. That's not bad. Not bad. I don't think UPS is going anywhere. I don't know if I would. I mean, I would definitely scale into this position if I, wasn't only all in GameStop. But yeah, that's interesting. I can't believe how clapped this is. And UPS isn't. It's not a bad company by any means. Dividends are cool. I don't like dividends because they just, they pay $1 dividend. They just take $1 from the stock price and pay you the dividend. I don't like dividends. Not really my thing, but I mean, if you buy it now and it goes up, instead of getting, you'll still get that 6.7% dividend, but if it goes back to like 150, it's going to be anyone who's buying at 150, it's going to be like a 3% dividend. So that's the only thing that makes it kind of interesting, but yeah, I don't like dividends personally. Personally, don't like them. And it's for that reason right there, you're approaching support, from 2014 to 2020, that $95 was support, but you've paid out, I don't know when they started paying out the dividend, but you've been paying out dividends for years. So it's just hard to say whether that support is going to hold just because you don't really know what the stock's actually worth now after all the dividends that have gotten paid. I don't know. Like I said, if I wasn't just all in GameStop, I would maybe scale into that, but I'm not going to. Coke keeps 2025 forecast, expects tariff effects to be manageable after Pepsi cuts earnings outlook. GM recalling nearly 600,000 U.S. vehicles over engine issue. Okay. What is this? Is Canada having an election right now or something? Or is the election over? Amazon says displaying tariff costs not going to happen after White House blowback. Well, that was quick. That was quick. I mean, so instead of displaying the tariff costs, they're just going to raise the prices without telling you how much they raised it by. I mean, that's not going to change. That's not going to change. Oh, Trudeau announced his resignation January 6th. Okay. I don't follow other countries really. I barely follow the US. I didn't even know Trudeau resigned. I'm not reading that though. Do I want to read this? I'd rather watch it.
Thank you, Caroline. A question for you and Secretary Bessent. We talk a lot about volatility and uncertainty in the marketplace, and the president has stated all along that he's more concerned about mainstream America, the American worker. You just talked about deregulation and this entire fair trade and reciprocals. What is your message to the American people in terms of letting them get through this disturbance and the outcome being greater and a greater good for the American worker, the American people, the American families?
I would say trust in President Trump. There's a reason he was reelected to this office. It's because of the historic success of his economic formula in the first term. And as I laid out at the beginning of the briefing and the Secretary has talked about and the President talks about every day, there's a proven formula that works. Massive deregulation, energy independence, and tax cuts, which are coming. And the Secretary is working very hard on that with our counterparts on Capitol Hill. If you want to talk about that, that's a huge deal to put more money back into the pockets of hardworking Americans. As for the fair trade deals the President is trying to negotiate, he's not just righting the wrong of the mess that he inherited from the past 4 years of the Biden administration. This is a mess that has been created for the past 4 decades that has sold out the middle class, that has moved jobs overseas. You think about our heartland, middle America, what towns used to look like, what they look like today. President Trump wants to restore the golden age, and it's a process to do that. And that process is underway, but he's put together a fantastic trade team. Secretary Bessent, Secretary Lutnick, Jamieson Greer, all working incredibly hard on this effort 24/7. But tax cuts are coming, and that's key. And Mr. Secretary, why don't you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so it's really a three-legged stool in the economic policy. It's trade, it's tax, and it's deregulation. So we are in the midst of addressing, as Caroline said, these long-term trade imbalances. The tax bill is going much better than I would have thought when I took office on January 28th, and that's through President Trump's leadership. That Speaker Johnson, Leader Thune are united. Speaker Johnson, we had a very good meeting yesterday with somebody called the Big Six, NEC Director Kevin Hassett, myself, Speaker Johnson, Leader Thune, Committee Chairman Jason Smith, and Senator Crapo. And the tax bill is moving forward. It is going to give permanence to the 2017 Tax Cuts and Job Act, which will, back to the question on certainty, it will give American business certainty, it will give American people certainty, and then President Trump is also adding the things for working Americans that is talked about earlier: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, making auto payments deductible. So that will substantially address the affordability crisis. And the other thing that I would note, and back to data, is that the Vanguard, one of the largest money management firms in America, said that over the past 100 days, 97% of Americans haven't done a trade. And in fact, individual investors have held tight while institutional investors have panicked. So individual investors trust individual the investors trust President Trump.
I don't think we're fucked. I think that's actually opportunity, honestly. If that's a real statement, that's actually opportunity, honestly. Enacted in 2017. That's an AI thing. I don't want to read that. Okay, the House Tax Cuts House Tax Cuts and Jobs Act would reform both individual income tax and corporate income taxes and would move the United States to a territorial system of business taxation. According to the Tax Foundation's Taxes and Growth Model, the plan would significantly lower marginal tax rates and the cost of capital, which would lead to 3.5% higher GDP over the long term, 2.7% higher wages, an additional 890,000 full-time equivalent jobs. Our model estimates that the increased economic growth generated by the plan would increase federal tax revenues by $908 billion over the next decade. These new revenues would reduce the static cost of the plan substantially, depending upon the baseline used to score the plan, current policy, or current law. The new revenues could bring the plan close to revenue neutral. On a static basis, the plan would lead to 0.9% higher after-tax income for all taxpayers, and 3.4% higher after-tax income for the top 1% for 2027. Okay. When accounting for the increased GDP, after-tax incomes of all taxpayers would increase by 3.8% in the long run. While our results differ from those of the Joint Committee on Taxation, some of these results are attributable to long-standing differences. Wait, so they're raising taxes? I'm confused. Oh, they're just getting rid of certain brackets. I don't know. Dude, the standard deduction's so high now. I think it's like 16,000 or something. Crazy. The person also retains charitable contributions, deductions, deduction for the state. I mean, maybe this would be worth reading. I think this is what they're trying to put through. I don't think it ever went through. I don't know. I don't know. That dude made it seem like it's never gone through. Oh, it expires this year? That makes sense. Okay, that's why they're talking about it. It expires. Gotcha. Gotcha. 13,500. Yeah, I was close. Alright, Port of Los Angeles says shipping volume will plummet 35% next week as China tariffs start to bite. Shipment from China to the west coast of U.S. will plummet next week as the impact of Trump tariffs leads companies to cut their import orders. Gene Soroka, executive director of Port of Los Angeles, said Tuesday that he expects incoming cargo volume to slide by more. Oh, I can just watch the video. I don't even need to read it. Gotta love that.
New tariffs on Chinese goods.
Holy shit, it's 6 minutes long. I ain't doing that. I'll just read it. the article's not 6 minutes long. According to our own Port Optimizer, which measures the loadings in Asia, will be down just a little bit over 35% next week compared to last year. And it's a precipitous drop in volume with a number of major American retailers stopping all shipments from China based on tariffs. Shipments from China make up about 45% of the business for Port of LA, though some transport companies will be looking to pick up goods at other points in Southeast Asia, try to fill up their ships. Realistically speaking, until some accord or framework can be reached with China, the volume coming out of there, save a couple different commodities, will be very light at best. Along with lower volume of goods, Soroka said he expects roughly a quarter of the usual number of arriving ships to the port to be canceled in May. Trump announced a sharp increase in tariffs on Chinese goods on April 2nd, which led to the escalation on both sides, eventually resulting in both the US and China imposing levies of more than 100%. Yeah, we already know that. Data on shipments out of China had already started to signal slowing trade volume to the US, alarming some economists. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, whatever. Sub DC. Shoulda kept, I mean, put shouldas in one hand and shit in the other, and see which one fills up faster. Shouldas don't mean nothing. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. I think having that shoulda mindset's a bad mindset to have. Personally, I don't. They talk about it in this book a lot, actually. I wonder if I can find it. This book's fire. I like this. I haven't finished it. Oh, I'm on a really good part too. I need to finish this book. Let's see if I can find it. I probably won't be able to, but maybe. It doesn't have a... I wish I... I should have, like, wrote in the book parts that I wanted to revisit. Oh, I think it's this... I want to say it's this page. I want to say it's this page, or this section. Let me skim through so I don't waste my time. It's worth it, I think. I don't know. Where the hell is it? But I'll tell you what I'm reading. It's basically talking about this Super Bowl play. I forget exactly when it was. I could probably figure it out, but they were supposed to, they were like at the 5-yard line or something, about to make a touchdown, and they did a passing play instead of a run, and they intercepted, but like statistically the passing play was better. And you know, the public's perception is that the passing play was wrong, and that was the reason they lost, blah blah blah. And the CEO's like, is unlucky, you know, they're saying it's unlucky, yada yada yada. But yeah, so that's what they're talking about. And it's basically just describing the difference between luck and skill. And I'm trying to find the part. Ah, here it is. Alright. So he is not only resulting by also succumbing to its companion hindsight bias. Hindsight bias is the tendency, after an outcome is known, to see the outcome as having been inevitable. When we say, I should have known that would have happened, or I should have seen it coming, we are succumbing to hindsight bias. Those beliefs develop from an overly tight connection between outcomes and decisions. This is typical of how we evaluate our past decisions. Like the army of critics of Pete Carroll's decision to pass on the last play of the Super Bowl, the CEO had been guilty of ignoring his and his company's careful analysis and focusing only on the poor outcome. The decision didn't work out, and he treated that result as if it were an inevitable consequence rather than a probabilistic one. In the exercise I do of identifying your best and worst decisions, I never seem to come across anyone who identifies a bad decision where they got lucky with the result, or a well-reasoned decision that didn't pan out. We link results with decisions even though it is easy to point out indisputable examples where the relationship between decisions and results isn't so perfectly correlated. No sober person thinks getting home safely after driving drunk reflects a good decision or good driving ability. Changing future decisions based on lucky results is dangerous and unheard of, unless you are reasoning this out while drunk and obviously deluding yourself. Yet, this is exactly what happened to that CEO. He changed his behavior based on the quality of the result rather than the quality of the decision-making process. He decided he drove better when he was drunk. The irrationally displayed by Pete Carroll's critics and the CEO should come as no surprise to anyone familiar with behavioral economics. Thanks to the work of many brilliant psychologists, economists, cognitive researchers, and neuroscientists, there are a number of excellent books that explain why humans are plagued by certain kinds of irrationality in decision-making. If you are unaware of these books, see selected okay. But here's a summary. To start, our brains evolved to create certainty and order. We are uncomfortable with the idea that luck plays a significant role in our lives. We recognize the existence of luck, but we resist the idea that, despite our best efforts, things might not work out the way we want. It feels better for us to imagine the world as an orderly place, where randomness does not wreak havoc and things are perfectly predictable. We evolved to see the world that way. Creating order out of chaos has been necessary for our survival. When our ancestors heard rustling out in the savannah and a lion jumped out, making a connection between rustling and lions could save their lives on later occasions. Finding predictable connections is literally how our species survived. Science writer, historian, and skeptic Michael Shermer, in The Believing Brain, explains why we have historically and prehistorically looked for connections even if we are doubtful or false. Incorrectly interpreting rustling from the wind as an oncoming lion is called a type 1 error, a false positive. The consequences of such an error are much less grave than those of a type 2 error, a false negative. A false negative could have been fatal. Hearing rustling and always assuming it's the wind would have gotten our ancestors eaten, and we wouldn't be here. Seeking certainty helped keep us alive all this time, but it can wreak havoc on our decision in an uncertain world. When we work backward from results to figure out why those things happened, we are susceptible to a variety of cognitive traps. Like assuming causation when there is only correlation, or cherry-picking data to confirm the narrative we prefer. We'll pound a lot of square pegs into round holes to maintain the illusion of a tight relationship between our outcomes and our decisions. Different brain functions compete to control decisions. Nobel laureate and psychology professor Daniel Kahneman, in his 2011 best-selling Thinking Fast and Slow, popularized the labels of System 1 and System 2. He characterized System 1 as fast thinking. System 1 is what causes you to hit the brakes instant when someone jumps into the street in front of your car. It encompasses reflex, instinct, intuition, impulse, and automatic processing. System 2, slow thinking, is how we choose, concentrate, and expand mental energy. Kahneman explains how System 1 and 2 are capable of dividing and conquering our decision-making, but work mischief when they conflict. Worst call of all time? See, that's the point of the book. It's not. Statistically, it's not. That's the bias. That's the bias. Statistically, not the worst call. And that's literally what she's talking about in the book. Story time. I mean, you just reminded me of this book, and it's a good ass book because people don't think the way this book, explains. This book is amazing if you actually, take in what it's saying. Where the hell am I? I particularly like the descriptive labels reflexive mind and deliberative mind, favored by psychologist Gary Marcus in his 2008 book Cluj, The Haphazard Evolution of the Human Mind. He wrote, "Our thinking can be divided into two streams, one that is fast, automatic, and largely unconscious, and another that is slow, deliberate, and judicious. The first system, the reflexive system, seems to do its thing rapidly and automatically, with or without our conscious awareness. The second system, the deliberative system, deliberates, it considers, it chews over the facts. The difference between the systems are more than just labels. Automatic processing originates in the evolutionary older parts of our brain, including the cerebellum, basal ganglia, and amygdala. Our deliberative mind operates out of the prefrontal cortex." Colin Kammerer, a professor of behavioral economics at Caltech and leading speaker and researcher on the intersection of game theory and neuroscience, explained to me the practical folly of imagining that we could just get our deliberative minds to do more of the decision-making work. We have this thin layer of prefrontal cortex made just for us, sitting on top of this big animal brain. Getting this thin little layer to handle more is unrealistic. The prefrontal cortex doesn't control most of the decisions we make every day. We can't fundamentally get more out of that unique thin layer prefrontal cortex. It's already overtaxed, he told me. These are the brains we have, and they aren't changing anytime soon. Making more rational decisions isn't just a matter of willpower or consciously handling more decisions in deliberative mind. Our deliberative capacity is already maxed out. We don't have the option. Once we recognize this problem of merely shifting the work to a different part of the brain, as if you hurt your back lifting boxes and shifted to relying on your leg muscles, both deliberative and reflexive minds are necessary for our survival and advancement. The big decision about what we want to accomplish, recruit the deliberative system. Most of the decisions we execute on the way to achieving those goals, however, occur in reflexive mind. The shortcuts built in the automatic processing system keeps us from standing around in the savannah, debating the origin of a potentially threatening sound while its source devoured us. Those shortcuts keep us alive, routinely executing the thousands of decisions that make it possible for us to live our daily lives. We need shortcuts, but they come at a cost. Many decision-making missteps originate from the pressure of the reflexive mind to do its job fast and automatically. No one wakes up in the morning and says, "I want to be closed-minded and dismissive of others." But what happens when we're focused on work and fluff-headed coworkers approach? Our brain is already using body language and curt responses to get rid of them without flouting conventions of politeness. We don't deliberate over this, we just do it. What if they had a useful piece of information to share? We've tuned them out, cut them short, and are predisposed to dismiss anything we do pick up that varies from what we already know. Most of what we do daily exists in automatic processing. We have habits and defaults that we rarely examine, from gripping a pencil to swerving to avoid an auto accident. The challenge is not to change the way our brain operates, but to figure out how to work within the limitations of our brain we already have. Being aware of our irrational behavior and wanting to change is not enough, in the same way that knowing that you are looking at a visual illusion is not enough to make the illusion go away. And then it has this illusion thing, which is interesting. We won't really focus on that. Snap rip SoFi. Isn't SoFi up? I think SoFi's up. What's up, Hugh G? Gme's getting expensive. I gotta make that money to buy more. Saw you reading the Project Rocket doc yesterday. Any takeaways? I didn't finish it. I need to finish skimming through it. but it was boring as hell. There wasn't really much there. Not much there. It's just basically telling you the guidelines of the bond, and like the only thing I really like can think of off the top of my head that is relevant in any way to at all is but I also read only like a third through it, I think. Is if GameStop doesn't timely file their SEC reports or something like that, a special interest will be applied to the bond of like 0.5%. So there are like certain things GameStop has to follow, or else interest will be applied to the bond. But yeah, other than that, I still need to read more of it. Pocket Rocket is boring. Work hard, buy more GME before launch. All I know, yeah. Best case scenario right there. Book relating to this stream. Oh yeah, this book is I mean, it's a gambling book from a professional poker player. So it's gonna be very relevant to a lot of things. Government's going into student loans. That's all SoFi. They're gonna be done. SoFi does everything. I don't know where you got the idea that they only do student loans. It's literally it's just a normal bank. Just a normal bank. I think my brother has a fucking their mortgage at SoFi. I want to say they refied, and it's a SoFi mortgage, or they just got, or he just banks there. I can't remember, but they do everything. Should I keep reading this? Appreciate the due diligence. Yeah, I'll skim through more of it, maybe this week or through the weekend, and I'll see if there's anything else. But I'm not gonna read it on stream, especially since I had to delete yesterday's stream. I don't want to reread everything, so I'll read the rest of it and I'll let you know. But I don't think there's gonna. The only reason I wanted to read it is because I thought I read something interesting in it, but I haven't got to that part yet. Or maybe I just, I don't know. But yeah, I'll let you know. They only do student loans. That's interesting. Nah, they do everything. They have a credit card. They're just a normal bank. I think I have their credit card. I think I have their savings account or something from them too. But yeah, they do everything. SoFi's legit, bro. It's a pretty legit company. Like, it's another one of those companies I would definitely buy if I wasn't all in GameStop. You know? Yeah, see, this is all their products. Everything. Literally everything. Mortgage, personal loans. They have investment accounts, credit cards, banking, insurance. They do everything. Literally everything. It's good company, too. Their CEO is legit. I don't think their CEO takes a salary or something. Don't quote me on that. I heard that from someone. Their CEO is very similar to Ryan Cohen. Not 100% similar, obviously. Ryan Cohen's kind of a G, but SoFi CEO is a G as well. All right, so I'll keep reading this. This is good stuff. I think you'll get more out of this book than me reading news. I'll be honest. I think you'll get more out of this if you actually listen. It's a good ass book. And honestly, I would recommend just like picking it up and reading it for yourself. Cause I don't know, I like these kind of books. I like psychology type books, and this is a very interesting book because it's like a psychology book, but it's also mixed with betting, which is two things I love. So for me, this is an amazing book. All right, 2-minute warning. Our goal is to get our reflexive minds to execute on our deliberative minds, best intentions. Poker players don't need to know the underlying science to understand the difficulty of reconciling the two systems. Poker players have to make multiple decisions with significant financial consequences in a compressed time frame, and do it in a way that lassos the reflexive mind, and to do it in a way that lassos their reflexive minds to align with their long-term goals. This makes the poker table a unique laboratory for studying decision making. Every poker hand requires making at least one decision to fold your starting cards or play them, and some hands can require up to 20 decisions. During a poker game in a casino card room, players get in about 30 hands per hour. An average hand of poker takes about 2 minutes to complete, including the time it takes for the dealer to gather, shuffle, and deal the cards between hands. Poker sessions typically last for several hours, with many decisions in every hand. This means a poker player makes hundreds of decisions per session, all of which take place at breakneck speed. The etiquette and rules of the game discourage players from slowing down the game to deliberate, even when huge financial consequences ride on the decision. If a player takes extra time, another player can call the clock on them. This gives the deliberating player all of 70 seconds to now make up their mind. This is an eternity in poker time. Chronicle, what's up? What's up? Haven't seen that name in here before. Let me. Okay, he's good. He's good. It's fine. I have to check all the new people who come in here. But what's up, a Chronicle? Hope you're doing good. Okay, so every hand, and therefore every decision, has immediate financial consequence. In a tournament or high-stakes game, each decision can be worth more than the cost of an average 3-bedroom house, and players have to make those decisions more quickly than we decide what to order in a restaurant. Even at lower Alright, I'm gonna just skip through this part, because obviously you know how to play poker. You kind of get the idea. Like, I don't need to read this whole page, I don't think. You get the idea of what she's trying to say here. In addition, once the game is over, poker players must learn from that jumbled mass of decisions and outcomes, separating the luck from the skill, the signal from the noise, and guarding against resulting. That's the only way to improve, especially when those same under-pressure situations will occur in a variety of forms. Solving the problem of how to execute is even more important than innate talent to succeed in poker. All the talent in the world won't matter if a player can't execute. Avoiding common decision traps, learning from results in a rational way, and keeping emotions out of the process as much as possible. Players with awe-inspiring talent clean up on their best nights, but go broke plenty of other nights if they haven't confronted this challenge. The poker players who stand the test of time have a variety of talents, but what they share is the ability to execute in the face of these limitations. We all struggle to execute our best intentions. Poker players have the same struggle, with the added challenges of time pressure, in your face, uncertainty, and immediate financial consequence. That makes poker a great place to find innovative approaches to overcoming the struggle, and the value of poker as understanding decision making has been recognized in academics for a long time. I don't think we need to read this part. Let's read this. I like this part. Make the Suron videos. Nah, I'm not gonna do that anymore. Appreciate you watching the videos, but I'm not gonna be making those videos anymore. All right. Poker versus chess. In The Ascent of Man, scientist Jacob Bronowski recounted how von Neumann described game theory during a London taxi ride. Bronowski was a chess enthusiast and asked him to clarify, "You mean the theory of games like chess?" Bronowski quoted von Neumann's response, "No," he said, "chess is not a game. Chess is a well-defined form of computation. You may not be able to work out the answers, but in theory, there must be a solution, a right procedure in any position." Now, real games, he said, are not like that at all. Real life is not like that. Real life consists of bluffing, of little tactics of deception, of asking yourself what is the other man going to think I mean to do, and what games are about in my theory. The decision we make in our lives, in business, saving, and spending, health, and lifestyle choices, raising our children, and relationships, easily fit in von Neumann's definition of real games. They involve uncertainty, risk, and occasional deception, prominent elements in poker. Trouble follows when we treat life decisions as if they were chess decisions. Chess contains no hidden information and very little luck. The pieces are all there for both players to see. Pieces can't randomly appear or disappear from the board, or get moved from one position to another by chance. No one rolls dice after which, if the roll goes against you, your bishop is taken off the board. If you lose at a game of chess, it must be because there were better moves that you didn't make or didn't see. You can theoretically go back and figure out exactly when you made the mistakes. If one chess player is more than just a bit better than the other, it is nearly inevitable that the better player will win if they are white, or at least draw if they're black. On the rare occasions when a lower ranked grandmaster beats a Garry Kasparov, Bobby Fischer, or Magnus Carlsen, it is because the higher ranked player made indefinable objective mistakes. What the hell is on my page? I better not mess with that. It is because the higher ranked player made identifiable mistakes, allowing others to capitalize. Chess, for all strategic complexity, isn't a great model for decision making in life, where most decisions involve hidden information and a much greater influence of luck. This creates a challenge that doesn't exist in chess. Identifying the relative contributions of the decisions we make versus luck and how things turn out. Poker, in contrast, is a game of incomplete information. It is a game of decision making under conditions of uncertainty over time. Not coincidentally, that is close to the definition of game theory. Valuable information remains hidden. There is also an element of luck in any outcome. You can make the best possible decision at every point and still lose the hand, because you don't know what the cards will be dealt and revealed. Once the game is finished, and you try to learn from the results, separating the quality of your decisions from the influence of luck is difficult. In chess, outcomes correlate more tightly with decision quality. In poker, it is much easier to get lucky and win, or get unlucky and lose. If life were like chess, nearly every time you ran a red light, you would get in an accident, or receive a ticket. If life were like chess, the Seahawks would win the Super Bowl every time Pete Carroll called that pass play. But life is more like poker. You could make the smartest, most careful decisions in firing a company president and still have it blow up in your face. You could run a red light and get through the intersection safely, or follow all traffic rules and signals and end up in an accident. You could teach someone the rules of poker in 5 minutes, put them at a table with a world champion player, deal a hand or several, and the novice player could beat the champion. That could never happen in chess. Incomplete information poses a challenge, not just for split-second decision-making, but also for learning from past decisions. Imagine my difficulty as a poker player trying to figure out if I played a hand correctly when my opponent's cards were never revealed. If the hand concluded after I made a bet and my opponent folded, all I know is that I won the chips. Did I play poorly or get lucky, or did I play well? If we want to improve in any game, as well as any aspect of our lives, we have to learn from the results of our decisions. The quality of our lives is the sum of decisions quality plus luck. In chess, luck is limited in its influence, so it's easier to read the results as a signal of decision quality. That more tightly tethers chess players to rationality. Make a mistake and your opponent's play points it out, or it is capable of analysis afterward. There is always a theoretically right answer out there. If you lose, there is little room to offload losing to any other explanation than your inferior decision making. You almost never hear a chess player say, "I was robbed in that game," or "I played perfectly and caught some terrible breaks." Walk the hallways during a break in a poker tournament, and you'll hear a lot of that. That's chess. But life doesn't look like that. It looks more like poker, where all the uncertainty gives us the room to deceive ourselves and misinterpret the data. Poker gives us the leeway to make mistakes that we never spot because we win the hand anyway, and so don't go looking for them, or the leeway to do everything right, still lose, and treat the losing result as proof that we made a mistake. Resulting, assuming that our decision making is good or bad based on a small set of outcomes, is a pretty reasonable strategy for learning in chess, but not in poker or life. Von Neumann and Morgenstern understood that the world doesn't easily reveal the objective truth. That's why, based on game theory on poker, making better decisions starts with understanding this. Uncertainty can work a lot of mischief. Yeah, this is a good ass book, bro. Pretty good. I think I can skip all this. It's talking about a coin flip, I think. I'm not sure. Using uncertainty to our advantage. This is a good part, I think. I don't remember, but pretty sure. Just as we have problems with resulting in hindsight bias, when we evaluate decisions solely on how they turn out, we have a mere image problem in making prospective decisions. We get only one try at any given decision, one flip of the coin, and that puts great pressure on us to feel we have to be certain before acting. A certainty that necessarily will overlook the influences of hidden information and luck. Famed novelist and screenwriter William Goldman, who wrote The Princess Bride, as well as Misery and Butch Cassidy and The Sundance Kid, reflected on his experiences with working with actors like Robert Redford, Steve McQueen, Dustin Hoffman, and Paul Newman at the height of their successful careers. What did it mean to be a movie star? He quoted an actor who explained the type of characters he wanted to play. I don't want to be the man who learns, I want to be the man who knows. We are discouraged from saying I don't know or I'm not sure. We regard those expressions as vague, unhelpful, and even evasive. But getting comfortable with I'm not sure is a vital step to being a better decision maker. We have to make peace with not knowing. Embracing I'm not sure is difficult. We are trained in school that saying I don't know is a bad thing. Not knowing in school is considered a failure of learning. Write I don't know as the answer on a test, and your answer will be marked wrong. Admitting that we don't know has been an undeservedly bad reputation. Of course, we want to encourage acquiring knowledge, but the first step in understanding what we don't know, neuroscientist Stuart Firestein's book Ignorance, How It Drives Science, champions the virtue of recognizing the limit of knowledge. You can get a taste of the book by watching his TED Talk, The Pursuit of Ignorance. In the book, in the talk, Firestein points out that in science, I don't know is not a failure, but a necessary step towards enlightenment. I just lost my spot. Okay. He backs this up with a great quote from physicist James Clerk Maxwell. Thoroughly conscious ignorance is the prelude to every real advance in science. I would add that this is a prelude to every great decision that has ever been made. What makes a decision great is not that it has a great outcome. A great decision is the result of a good process, and that process must include an attempt to accurately represent our own state of knowledge. That state of knowledge, in turn, is some variation of I'm not sure. I'm not sure does not mean that there is no objective truth. Firestein's point is, in fact, that acknowledging uncertainty is the first step in executing on our goal to get closer to what is objectively true. To do this, we need to stop treating I don't know and I'm not sure like streams of dirty words. What if we shifted our definition of I don't know from that negative frame, I have no idea, or I know nothing about that, which feels like we have lack of confidence, to a more neutral frame? What if we thought about it as recognizing that although we might not know something about the chances of some event occurring, we are still not sure how things will turn out in any given instance? That is just the truth. If we accept that, I'm not sure might not feel so bad. What good poker players and good decision makers have in common is their comfort with the world being an uncertain and unpredictable place. They understand that they can almost never know exactly how something will turn out. They embrace the uncertainty, and instead of focusing on being sure, they try to figure out how unsure they are, making their best guess at the chances that different outcomes will occur. The accuracy of those guesses will depend on how much information they have and how experienced they are at making guesses. This is the part of all basis of all bets. To be sure, an experienced poker player is more likely to make a better guess than a novice player at determining the chance they will win or lose a hand. The experienced player knows the math better and is better able to narrow down what their opponent's cards might be based on how players behave with certain types of hands. They will also be better at figuring out the choices their opponents are likely to make with those cards. So yes, more experience will allow the player to narrow down the possibilities. None of that experience, however, makes it possible for a poker player to know how any given hand will turn out. This is true in any field. An expert trial lawyer will be better than a new lawyer at guessing the likelihood of a success of different strategies and picking a strategy on this basis. Negotiating against an adversary whom we have previously encountered gives us a better guess at what our strategy should be. An expert in any field will have an advantage over a rookie, but neither the veteran nor the rookie can be sure what the next flip will look like. The veteran will just have a better guess. It is often the case that our best choice doesn't even have particularly high likelihood of succeeding. A trial lawyer with a tough case could be choosing among strategies that are all more likely to fail than to succeed. The goal of a lawyer is that situation is to identify the different possible strategies, figure out their best guess of the chance of the success for each unpromising alternative, and pick the least awful one to maximize the quality of outcome for their client. That's true in any business. Startups have very low chances of succeeding, but they try nonetheless, attempting to find the best strategy to achieve the big win, even though none of the strategies is highly likely to create success for the company. This is still worthwhile because the payoff can be so large. There are many reasons why wrapping our arms around uncertainty and giving it a big hug will help us become better decision makers. Here are two of them. First, I'm not sure is simply a more accurate representation of the world. Second, and related, when we accept that we can't be sure, we are less likely to fall into the trap of black and white thinking. Imagine you're stepping on a traditional medical scale. It has two weight bars, one with notches of 50-pound intervals and the other with notches at 1-pound intervals. This allows the user to measure their weight down to the pound. What would happen if your doctor used a scale with only one bar with just two notches, one at 50 pounds and one at 500 pounds, with no way to measure anything in between? Good luck getting medical advice after the person weighing you writes one or the other on your chart. You could only be morbidly obese or severely underweight. It would be impossible to make a good decision about your weight with such a poor model. Same holds true for just about all of our decisions. If we misrepresent the world at the extremes of right and wrong, with no shades of gray in between, our ability to make good choices about how we're supposed to be allocating our resources, what kind of decisions we are supposed to be making, and what kind of actions we are supposed to be taking, will suffer. The secret is to make peace with walking around in a world where we recognize that we are not sure, and that's okay. As we learn more about how our brains operate, we recognize that we don't perceive the world objectively, but our goal should be to try. Some fire. Some fire. Oh no, I lost my page. It's okay. I think I'm done reading this anyway. Unless you guys want me to keep going. I lost my spot. There it is. All right, let's see what news we got here. See what news we got. A Bitcoin curriculum? Interesting. There's a lot of Bitcoin articles. I think we read that one. Yeah, anyone who comes from the Suron videos aren't gonna stick around. If you know, it's never gonna happen. Maybe one in a. I don't think it'll ever happen. Really, I think Shadow's probably the only one that's ever like came from those videos and stuck around. Oh, yeah, I wanted to read this. What's up, Cam? Kick wants to steal Twitch's best viewers with big money offers. Aiden Ross has revealed that Kick is looking to offer big money to Twitch Clippers in order to spread Kick highlights around more. Over the years, there have been a number of contenders to Twitch's throne. The likes of Facebook Gaming Mixer and YouTube have all tried and ultimately failed to dethrone the Amazon-owned platform. Kick is the newest challenger and has already seen some success. The stake-backed platform has signed a number of Twitch's biggest names to lucrative contracts, has implemented a number of features that are easily recognizable to users and streamers alike. So much so that Twitch's CEO Dan Clancy outright accused them of copying. One of those features is, of course, clips. Kick streamers are able to take a short highlight from their broadcast and create a clip in a similar way to how you can on Twitch. Aiden Ross reveals massive offer for Twitch Clippers. That feature has been around for a little while, but according to Aiden Ross, Kick is now looking to reward some of the biggest users. I spoke to Eddie. Eddie said, Aiden, how do we get more Clippers to fuck with Kick? I said, Eddie, let's steal the Clippers from Twitch, Ross said on April 28th stream, revealing the Kick CEO wants to offer them double. If you get clip shit for streamers on Kick, you're going to get paid double pretty much. My Clippers this month made what, 100,000? If you're a streamer on Kick and you pay Clippers, it's going to get paid for. As Aiden notes, big streamers already have recognized Clippers who work for them in making highlights so that they can upload those to YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram. Kick would cover the cost of those so that the streamer no longer has to pay them. If Kick were able to do so, it would certainly help get their highlights spread a bit further, yet we'll just have to wait and see. Interesting. I didn't know people who made clips made so much, but I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. I mean, if you're making, 6 figures a month as a streamer, it's probably pretty easy to be paying, solid salaries to people just to clip your stream. All right, we read all those yesterday. Borderlands 4 is launching 11 days earlier than planned. Oh, yeah, I wanted to read this one. I guess someone got beat up for a Charizard or something. As the value of Pokemon TCG cards hits its highest point in the game's 30-year history, new cards... Oh, yeah, I wanted to read... Nat Turner posted an article on Twitter the other day. Pokemon Invest. Yeah, it's this one, I think. So we'll read that after this. New cards are increasingly difficult to get a hold of, and some classic cards have become have worth vastly more by weight than gold. This inevitably attracts criminal acts, but few as violent and frightening as that experienced by a man trying to trade a 5,000 card in a parking lot. The 30-year-old Australian resident of Wollongong, New South Wales, had arranged to sell a PSA 9 base set Unlimited Holo Charizard to a stranger in a parking lot in Warilla, 20 minutes south of where he lived. According to reporting from ABC, however, instead he was physically assaulted by the person he'd arranged to meet, who then stole the card and drove away. According to the police report issued by the New South Wales Police Department, the incident took place on March 28th, but the police are now only appealing for help with the identity of a car that was photographed leaving the scene, a red Ford Mustang. The incredibly blurry image was posted to the Force's X page with what seems like a widely inappropriate comment given the violence involved. Turns out Team Rocket's not the only ones causing trouble. The post begins. After detailing the crime, it continues, "We believe the driver may have info that could help us catch them all, or at least the one responsible." Post then adds, "Don't just sit there like a Snorlax, contact Crime Stoppers, or grade everyone, good stuff." Okay. It's unclear where the 8,000 AUD valuation comes from. ABC reports that the cop said the card was a base set unlimited holo Charizard graded 9, but non-first edition base set Charizards tend to only sell for around 1,500 USD. You need a PSA 10 to see the big values where it shoots up to almost 9,000. My guess would be that this was a far more rare shadowless version of the card. A printing of the set that saw the shadow effect to the right of the window, art forgotten. At a grade 9, those are currently valued at just under 5,000 or 8,000 AUD. First edition PSA 9 Charizard, meanwhile, goes for an eye-watering 23,000, while PSA 10 fetches over $250,000. Pokemon TCG card robberies are becoming concerningly commonplace at this point, and ABC in Australia reports that Melbourne has seen a string of Pokemon card burglaries, with $1 million worth of cards stolen across 6 months. Earlier this month, a similar parking lot robbery took place in Cheyenne, Wyoming. Cheyenne? With ironically named Justice Earl Geho arrested for taking the 3,300 card without paying. Meanwhile, just a few days earlier in Calgary, Canada, a card shop was burgled with more than 5,000 of Pokemon cards taken. Crazy. Crazy stuff. Crazy world we live in. Everyone's just fucking... I don't know, bro. Everyone's just trying to, like, instead of just working and building something for themselves, they, like, go and fuck someone else over to benefit themselves. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird for me, because I just could never do that. But it seems to be very common these days, especially with, like, the meme coins and shit. So, I mean, if anyone's out there grinding for themselves and stacking, I mean, God bless you. Because you could definitely be going down more evil routes that would honestly probably be more beneficial to you, but ultimately you're fucking over someone else, so morally, it's not. Yelp will use AI to help restaurants answer calls and make phone reservations. Yeah, Amazon deploys the first Project Cooper internet satellites. We've read about that before, but I guess they finally launched. OpenAI adds shopping features to ChatGPT search. Duolingo will replace contract workers with AI. Jeez. Interesting. U.S. Congress passes Take It Down bill that also covers AI deepfakes. That's good, I think. Pretty sure that's good. I'm not gonna read about it, but researchers secretly experiment on Reddit users with AI generated comments. Russian regulators are trying to seize assets from developers of World of Tanks. Not a lot of gaming news still. I guess this Expedition 33 is a good game. I haven't looked into it, but seen a couple headlines about it. So yeah, nothing there. Intel's upcoming Panther Lake CPU looks like a killer gaming handheld chip. Thanks to a reported massive graphics upgrade, hefty AI performance, and upgraded E-cores. Got a Fortnite and Borderlands collab, I guess. And they did that a long time ago. They brought it back. The heck? This could be a good article, maybe. Maybe we'll read about that. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. What the fuck? Kids like yelling outside and shit. Little children yelling. Like, what the hell? I thought that was my cat. I think my cat's over here just chilling. Never mind. I don't know where that cat. Don't worry, I found the fat cat. What's up, Tricky One? Shadow went rogue on you, so sad. I mean, Shadow's fine. I just I don't need the drama bullshit. You know? He doesn't come in here and hang out and just say what up and show love. It always seems like what's the word I'm looking for here? It always seems like I don't know how to word it. I don't know how to word it. It's what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of it. There's like an agenda, I guess, when he comes in. For at least, from my perspective, I could be wrong. But, that's not what I want in the chat. So, I'm not gonna allow it. Even though I want Shadow here. I'm not gonna allow it. And that goes for, most people. A lot of most of you guys at this point, you get it. You've been here long enough that you get kind of the expectations for the chat, or my expectations for the chat. So, when someone's not getting it, that's not my problem. I only uphold the rules. I don't control whether you guys follow them or not. But I'm not going to let someone get away with it, I guess. Like, I'm gonna clap. If you're putting yourself in a position to get clapped, I mean, you shouldn't be surprised when it happens. Radicalized him. I mean, hopefully they don't talk to each other anymore, but not my problem. Not my problem. All right, let's read this. So Nat Turner posted this on Twitter yesterday, I believe. Well, I just want to see if there's anything that got posted here since then. Probably just some nonsense like usual. Yeah, nothing there. All right. So tariffs are driving investors to Pokemon and Mickey Mantle as trading cards gain credibility as domestic assets. Since its invention, Wall Street has dictated what counts as a real investment. Stocks, absolutely. Property and real estate, of course. But trading cards, too sentimental, too niche, too hobbyist. That outdated perception is shifting fast. As tariffs begin driving up the cost of imported goods, consumers are increasingly turning towards domestic assets already here. Resale markets, collectibles, and trading cards are seeing a surge in demand as investors seek out alternatives beyond the traditional mix of stocks and bonds. Collectibles have emerged as a legitimate asset class, a 600 billion plus global industry, with trading cards alone valued at more than 15 billion as of 2024. These are no longer just nostalgic artifacts, they're financial instruments with real staying power. And then this is just a poster of some cards that have traded crazy. Trading cards share many characteristics with assets banks already recognize as legitimate investments. Long before blockchain promised digital scarcity, cards were verifiable, limited edition assets with authentication and passionate collector bases. Unlike many speculative digital assets, trading cards have survived recessions, inflation, market crashes, and now a tariff-driven economy, proving their resilience. At Alt, we've tracked millions of transactions across graded trading cards on major marketplaces, and the data tell a compelling story. The trading card market is not only vibrant, it's growing. In 2024 alone, graded trading cards transactions across markets grew by 17.8%, compared with 2023, and by 68.7% compared with 2021, reflecting steady and sustained interest in the category over the past 4 years. Total transaction value grew by 10.35% year over year from 2023 to 2024, signaling buyers increased confidence in participation. Particularly notable is the momentum in the sub 1,000 category, where both transaction count and value grew by nearly 18%, a clear indicator trading cards remain accessible, investable, and relevant to a broad range of collectors and investors alike. Nowhere is this growth more apparent than Pokemon cards, whose worth has risen significantly recently. Our data shows the overall value has increased by nearly 20% over the past few months, with some individual cards experiencing price surges of up to 150%. This trend underscores the growing recognition of trading cards as viable alternative assets in today's market. As avid collectors, we've been trading cards since childhood. Back then, it was about scrapping together the cash to buy the must-have cards, but over time, it became clear we weren't just collecting, we were investing. Lore began strategically acquiring Kobe Bryant cards in 2016, using platforms like eBay to spot undervalued assets. A 15,000 investment grew to 15 million. Holy shit! I mean, not by luck, but by data-driven strategy. Debatable. Definitely luck. Definitely luck. Most of those investments wouldn't have gone up if Kobe didn't die. I mean, they would have gone up, but some Kobe Bryant things, I literally like was there on the stock market when Kobe Bryant died. Like I watched random Kobe Bryant thing go up like 400-500% in value. So to say not by luck, that is inaccurate. A lot of it had to do with luck, but data as well. Probably mostly luck, because your Kobe things wouldn't have gone up that much if he was still alive. For investors seeking liquidity, trading cards provide entry points at almost any price level. While seven-figure Mickey Mantle and Pokemon Illustrator cards dominate headlines, investment-grade cards in the 1,000 to 10,000 range make them more attainable than commercial property or fine art. As traditional goods and imports are becoming more expensive and less accessible, collectibles offer a rare edge. They're already here. Resale markets are surging as buyers turn to high-quality domestic assets that don't come with the uncertainty of international supply chains or price instability. Trading cards, with their well-established market history, institutional-grade infrastructure, and proven resilience, provide a very attractive solution for looking outside of traditional markets. The next time someone pitches you a digital collectible, remember, the original NFTs have been sitting in protective cases and trading on vibrant markets for decades. Amen. 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 It's good. A good article. Good article. Let's read this. Let's read these Bitcoin articles. All right. El Salvador's Ministry of Education to launch educational Bitcoin curriculum for young school students. El Salvador is showing once again that it is leading the way in Bitcoin, and this time they're starting with the next generation. This week, the country's Ministry of Education and Bitcoin office, in collaboration with Lena Saichez, the Little Hodlers Project, announced it is officially launching a financial literacy program for school children aged 7 to 13. According to a press release sent to Bitcoin Magazine, El Salvador will be hosting the launch event at their national library this Sunday at 4 p.m. EDT. The initiative, titled What is Money?, aims to introduce young Salvadorians to fundamental financial literacy and concepts, such as Bitcoin, at an early and critical stage in their lives. The pilot will roll out across 50 public schools in La Libertad, the coastal department that has been at the forefront of El Salvador's Bitcoin adoption. Approximately 1,000 students will participate initially, learning about the history of money, the difference between needs and wants, budgeting basics, savings, and why Bitcoin represents a groundbreaking financial innovation. That's actually pretty legit. Looks like I'm moving to El Salvador, boys. Lena Saich, the creative force behind The Little Hodler, developed colorful, engaging educational materials specifically for young minds. The education will kick off in grades 2 through 3 and will be followed in the coming years in grades 4, 5, and 6. Each student will receive 3 hours per week of Bitcoin and financial education, seamlessly integrated into the National Social Studies curriculum. The program builds on El Salvador's growing investment in Bitcoin education, including the Bitcoin Diploma program for older students and CUBO Plus, a scholarship-based initiative for university-level Bitcoin development. This new initiative builds on the important groundwork laid by organizations like My Primer Bitcoin, which has spent the past few years offering free Bitcoin education to thousands of Salvadorans through the Bitcoin Diploma program. With What is Money?, El Salvador is expanding that vision, reaching children even earlier and embedding Bitcoin literacy in the hearts of its national education system. El Salvador already made history for being the first country to fully embrace and adopt Bitcoin, and now is further integrating Bitcoin into its education system. The country is preparing its youth not just to adapt to the future, but to lead it. Globally, this is a profound moment. The first true Bitcoin generation is being born. With more official Bitcoin education, El Salvador has aimed to set up their children for success by teaching them to understand money in a way most adults today never have. What a beautiful thing. What a beautiful thing. What a beautiful... Oh yeah, Bitcoin conference in 27 days. I want to read this. All right, Bitcoin mining now just totes unprofitable, costing over 137,000 to mine just one Bitcoin in the US and near 200,000 per coin in Germany. As I wipe the dust from my coffin, I arise to tell you that I was there when they first started mining the cryptocurrencies from the bulls of the digital frontier. I was there early enough to look at my old rig and wonder if it was worth setting up to see if I could score a few coins over the course of a month or so. I've known a few people who did things like accidentally throw away drives full of Bitcoin. I even knew people who got in early and cashed out fast, otherwise known as bastards. Since its early days, crypto has been, to put it politely, an absolute shit show of cryptological proportions. Even when it was somewhat viable to put your rig to work, it'd still be a long haul of wait and see. Before you might eventually unearth yourself a coin here and there. And of course your old GPU has been worked into dust and your power bill has skyrocketed for the trouble. For those reasons, it's been a long time since I considered mining Bitcoin as a viable investment, and it looks like the landscape is finally shifting to meet my preconceptions. Even specialists at CoinShares are starting to doubt this business investment, despite it recently reaching an all-time high price. New data tells us that mining a single Bitcoin, or 1 BTC, cost the largest public mining companies over 82,000 USD, which is nearly double the figure it did in the previous quarter. Well, no shit. It's called a Bitcoin halving. Have you ever heard of it before? Like, what? Duh. Hello? Hello? You know what a Bitcoin halving is? Good lord. No shit. Alright. Estimates for smaller organizations say you need to spend about $137,000 to get that single Bitcoin in return. Bitcoin is currently only valued at $94,703, which seems to be a problem in the math department. These costs can get even worse depending on your country you're doing your mining. Germany is typically considered to be one of the worst places to mine Bitcoin from a profit perspective. It costs around 200,000 USD to mine a single coin there. So why would anyone be mining Bitcoin in this day and age? Well, the main reason, other than perhaps dim hopes that they'll strike it rich, is about technology. Currently, optimizing farms to mine faster on lower power has been the goal, plus seeking out places where electricity is cheaper to try to maximize those gains. Once you've got these incredibly efficient and hopefully relatively power-friendly setups in place, you've not only dropped your potential mining overheads, but you'll likely have a computational setup that could compete with complete other tasks. This makes it an attractive option for larger companies who may look to lease their mining operations for other computations when they're unable to make money from mining. Then they can swap back if and when the market picks up once again. Yeah, I actually read about this in Riot's 10K, I believe. For now, the big takeaway is that mining crypto isn't going to be viable for individuals possibly ever again. With huge centras being set up in key positions, you just won't be able to beat out the larger companies acting here. Any new coin that comes up, they can point their rigs to it and begin the process all over again. It's almost like you're better off using your sweet rigs for gaming, not crypto mining, just like the good Lord intended. I mean, if it's if it really costs that much to mine when the next halving happens, I mean, who knows what the price of Bitcoin will be at. Could be over 200,000 if the price comes from how much it costs to mine. Because even if it does cost 137,000 to mine, you know, the markets have been down, so like if everything was bullish, you probably would be at 137,000. But since markets are down, you know, so it's probably still viable for a lot of companies. And maybe it's not even just to strike it rich, you know? Maybe it's truly just to collect Bitcoin. Because it's limited. I don't know. Alright. Amazon deploys the first Project Cooper internet satellites. Amazon has finally launched its first batch of Project Cooper internet satellites on top of a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket. The company was supposed to send the first 27 satellites in the constellation, which will eventually be comprised of more than 3,200 satellites on April 8th. However, the event got pushed back. A previous Bloomberg investigation claimed that Cooper was way behind schedule because the company was struggling to ramp up the production of its satellites. If true, the company will have to ask for an extension from the FCC to fulfill its commitment to the government, requiring it put 1,600 satellites in orbit next summer. An Amazon spokesperson denied the company was having manufacturing issues. However, they said that Amazon was on track to support its target, and they will continue increasing its production and launch rates. Around 7 hours after launch, Amazon CEO Andy Jassy announced the company has confirmed that its first 27 production satellites are operating as expected in low Earth orbit. Amazon now has over 80 launches scheduled with the ULA on top of the Atlas V, and the Aerospace Corporation's newer Vulcan Centaur heavy lift vehicles. The company's goal is to provide internet access to far-flung regions not typically reached by conventional internet connections. Its staunchest rival, SpaceX's Starlink, already has over 7,000 functioning satellites in orbit. Oh, that's the end of. That's the end. There's an average. Who knows what it is though? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, assuming that you can only assume maybe the article's right. Who knows? Who knows? They didn't really give like data or anything, so hard to say. Okay. All right. The Bitcoin race has Washington's attention. Bitcoin is no longer a speculative asset or technological experiment. It is increasingly being recognized as a strategic pillar of global finance, energy, and geopolitical power. As existing systems of money, energy, and technology are being reordered, the United States has a historic opportunity to leverage Bitcoin to strengthen its leadership and secure its position in the emerging global order. They just picked the most expensive places for the article. I think the 137 was US, but like I said, there's no data, so who knows if those numbers are even accurate, you know? Using nice round whole numbers, it's like, that's not, I don't know. But what's up, Kev? Hope you're doing good, bro. Two big shifts make this clear. First, key U.S. officials are calling Bitcoin a strategic reserve asset, digital gold for the 21st century. Second, Bitcoin mining is being reframed, not as a drain on the grid, but as a building block for energy resilience and advanced computing. Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick and Bo Hines, Executive Director of the President's Council of Advisors on Digital Assets, have both recently described this moment as a new kind of space race, this time centered around Bitcoin. That's a good point. Bo Hines described this new competition in recent interviews. There's definitely sort of a space race as it pertains to accumulation of this asset, no different than there is with gold. The stakes are high. Countries like China have begun rapidly stockpiling gold, signaling a shift back towards hard assets. Gold hasn't been a major geopolitical factor in decades, but that could change quickly, and if it does, nations with large reserves will gain a significant strategic advantage. Bitcoin, however, offers the United States a sharper, more dynamic alternative, one that could not only counterbalance gold's resurgence, but also tilt the global financial order further in America's favor. As Bitcoin Policy Institute's Executive Director Matthew Pines notes, the United States holds a significant lead in Bitcoin accumulation. A good estimate is that America probably holds 35 to 40% of all available Bitcoin that has been mined, whereas we probably hold about 8 to 10% of the total above ground gold supply. 40%? I don't know about all of that. I don't think the United States has that much Bitcoin. 200,000? Is it really that much? I thought MicroStrategy was the biggest Bitcoin holder. But it's US? 212,000? Yeah, MicroStrategy is the biggest holder. I mean, US is the biggest country. I was going to say, MicroStrategy is the biggest holder of crypto or Bitcoin. Okay, so if Bitcoin were to monetize at merely the same pace as gold, the US could find itself in a far stronger position with outsized wealth growth within our borders. As the administration looks to cement our financial position, supporting Bitcoin's adoption could present a rare chance to reshape the global monetary system to America's advantage. At the same time, Secretary Lutnick's comments point to another major shift, seeing Bitcoin mining as a national asset for energy and AI, not just a financial play. Lutnick outlined the administration's vision for empowering Bitcoin miners. We're going to make it, if you want to mine Bitcoin and you find the right place to do it, you can build your own power. Okay, we read about that. You can build your own power plant. Next generation of miners in America will be able to control their destiny, control the cost of power, and I think that is going to turbocharge Bitcoin mining in America. This plan supports two crucial goals: energy independence. Bitcoin mining can drive new energy projects, especially using stranded or wasted energy, helping to strengthen and diversify America's energy base. Compute power. The same infrastructure built for mining can also be used to power the AI industry, giving America the capacity it needs to stay ahead in the burgeoning global AI race. That's a good point. Damn. That is a good point. Bitcoin Policy Institute head of policy Zach Shapiro highlights how the mining sector is evolving. We've already seen a lot of Bitcoin mining companies, or what were Bitcoin mining companies, pivoting to or integrating AI. We're seeing Bitcoin miners also spinning up AI data centers. Today there are growing. Oh, man, dude, I think Riot's such an interesting Bitcoin pick. Such an interesting one. They're one of the largest holders, but they're also one of the largest miners. And I've read through their filings, and they're just so interesting. I don't know if it's gonna work out or not. I think GameStop's the better pick, but out of all the crypto plays, besides SMLR, obviously, but I think Riot's one of the most interesting. I think it's Riot. Yeah, pretty sure it's Riot. And they actually make money. So it's I don't know, a lot of things. MSTR is gonna buy Gme rumors because they have earnings on the same day or something. What? Never heard that rumor. Today's are growing signs that countries are entering a race to build the most powerful AI agents, systems that could outthink, self-improve, and outperform humans. If this race accelerates, the country with the most capable AI could ultimately shape the rules of the future world order. In that context, Bitcoin mining infrastructure, which can be easily routed for AI compute, could become vital, not just for money, but for securing America's geopolitical position. The Trump administration sees these challenges and opportunities clearly. Its agenda focuses on rebuilding America's industrial base, bringing key industries back home, and restoring the country's financial and technological strength. New tariffs, reshoring initiatives, and a growing interest in Bitcoin all point in the same direction. But there are only 21 million coins, and the time for nation states to gain a first mover advantage is rapidly dwindling. As more countries and institutional investors recognize Bitcoin's strategic value, competition for meaningful holdings will intensify, driving up acquisition costs and limiting available supply. Forward-looking policymakers must recognize the profound challenges coming to money and technology in the near future, with Bitcoin at the center of both. If we hesitate, others, China, Russia, and other adversaries, will step into the void. Bitcoin is no longer optional, it's a strategic imperative. What's up, Kristen? Public versus private Bitcoin treasury strategy for pre-IPO companies. Okay. Enacting a Bitcoin treasury strategy changes more than reserve composition. It redefines capital strategy, risk posture, and marketing positioning, especially for companies preparing for public markets. For pre-IPO companies considering or building a Bitcoin treasury strategy, the decision between remaining private or transitioning to public life is not simply regulatory. It is a strategic choice that impacts capital access, shareholder alignment, treasury scalability, and long-term competitiveness. Understand the differences between public and private Bitcoin treasury strategies is essential for companies positioning themselves for the next stage of growth. Strategic advantages of being a public Bitcoin treasury company: access to public capital markets. Public companies have a decisive edge in capital formation through equity offerings, convertible debt, and other financial instruments. Public companies can effectively raise significant funds capital that can be deployed to scale Bitcoin reserves without heavily burdening operations or existing equity structures. Liquidity for shareholders and stakeholders. A public listing provides liquidity opportunities for founders, employees, and early investors. Liquidity strengthens talent recruitment and retention by offering a clear monetization path, an important consideration for growing companies competing for top talent. Visibility and market leadership. Public companies command greater visibility with institutional investors, sovereign wealth funds, and strategic partners. They are positioned to lead the narrative around corporate Bitcoin adoption rather than merely participating in it. Potential premium to Bitcoin holdings. In favorable market environments, public Bitcoin treasury companies have historically traded at premiums relative to the net value of their Bitcoin holdings. This dynamic allows for accretive equity issuance, compounding shareholder value, and Bitcoin reserves simultaneously. Influence in capital markets and policy arenas. Public Bitcoin companies gain access to indexes, ETFs, analyst coverage, and a broader capital market influence, accelerating adoption not only within their own walls, but across the entire corporate landscape. All right, managing trade-offs in public markets for Bitcoin treasury strategy. Regulatory and compliance requirements. Going public introduces SEC reporting, 10Qs, 10Ks, 8Ks, Sarbanes-Oxley compliance, fair value Bitcoin accounting, and governance enhancements. These requirements increase operational complexity, but also professionalize treasury operations for long-term scale. Short-term market pressures. Public companies must manage quarterly disclosures, market volatility, and investor communications, particularly when Bitcoin's natural price cycles diverge from broader market trends. Dilution risk. Strategic equity issuance must be carefully managed to avoid diluting shareholder value. However, with disciplined execution, companies can leverage market demand to enhance Bitcoin accumulations per share. Exposure to activist investors. Public visibility can attract activist pressure, particularly if Bitcoin strategy execution is misaligned with shareholder expectations. Prepared governance structures are key to navigate this dynamic. Strategic constraints of remaining private. Limited capital access. Scaling Bitcoin reserves to a significant strategic level often requires access to public capital. Private fundraising avenues, while viably for early growth, can restrict the ability to move opportunistically or at scale. Reduced liquidity for stakeholders. Private shareholders face limited liquidity pathways absent a sale or private secondary market transaction. This can slow talent recruitment and reduce strategic flexibility during Bitcoin market cycles. Lower visibility and market influence. Private Bitcoin treasury companies operate with less visibility, making it harder to influence institutional adoption trends, attract strategic partnerships, or advocate for Bitcoin's role in corporate finance at scale. Why public alignment supports Bitcoin treasury scale. For companies committed to a Bitcoin treasury strategy, public markets access is more than a funding mechanism. It is a force multiplier that enables strategic compounding of Bitcoin reserves through equity market dynamics, attraction of Bitcoin-aligned institutional shareholders, long-term positioning as a leader in the emerging corporate Bitcoin economy, Gamestop, enhanced flexibility to navigate future macroeconomic and capital market shifts. Bitcoin is a long-duration, scarce, non-sovereign asset. Public companies are best positioned to align their capital strategy, governance structure, and shareholder base to match that time horizon. Private companies may accumulate Bitcoin successfully, but public companies have the ability to scale, signal leadership, and institutionalize Bitcoin adoption across global markets. For pre-IPO companies already preparing for public stage, Bitcoin treasury strategy should be part of the capital strategy conversation today, not after IPO. Public companies have the tools to raise capital at scale, compound Bitcoin reserves accreditably, shape corporate adoption narratives, strengthen resilience through monetary neutrality. Remaining private offers near-term flexibility, but operating as a public company unlocks strategic levers that private structures cannot replicate. For companies thinking long-term about balance sheet resilience, Bitcoin accumulation, and institutional positioning, the imperative is clear. Build Bitcoin treasury strategy with public market alignment in mind. Prepare not just to participate, but to lead. Nobody asked for your opinion on the market. Nobody cares. You don't know anything about markets, my friend. So don't be typing in my chat like you do. $20 people. Oh, nice. That's a big difference from yesterday. I guess nobody wanted to read Project Rocket yesterday. All right, so that's that. All right, I kind of want to read about this just because it's interesting. I don't really care too much, but top executives at companies responsible for World of Tanks are facing pressure from the Russian government, which a RIA Novista report says has accused wargaming over Viktor Kisly and Lesta Games owner Malik Katazazov of extremist activities related to Russia's ongoing invasion of Ukraine. The Russian government has reportedly seized Lesta Group assets as a result of the charge and is also seeking to seize all of Katzav's holdings in the company. World of Tank developer Wargaming was founded in Minsk, Belarus in 1998, but relocated its headquarters to Cyprus in 2011 and has opened numerous other studios around the world in the years since. In 2022, following the launch of Russia's unprovoked full-scale invasion of Ukraine, it pulled out of Belarus and Russia, transferring control of World of Tanks to Lesta Games, a Russian studio Wargaming had acquired in 2011. Wargaming said it was no longer affiliated with Lesta as of March 31st, 2022. The separation doesn't seem to matter much to the government of Russia. The RIA Novista report says the prosecutor's general office believes Katzov and Kisly are part of an association that carries out extremist activities. The claim is supported by citing reports about Wargaming's opposition to the invasion and fundraising efforts for Ukraine. Opposition and fundraising claims are true. In 2022, shortly after the invasion began, Wargaming fired creative director Sergei Berkatavsky after he voiced support for the attack, and in 2023, the company raised more than $1 million through the sale of Ukraine-themed bundles in 6 of its games to purchase ambulances. Those are hardly what I would call extremist activities, but you can at least understand where it's coming from. A corrupt criminal government trying to justify, or at least camouflage, its illegal activities for at-home consumption is nothing new after all. What's more baffling is how Lesta got wrapped up in all of this. Wargaming's Ukrainian fundraiser came well after the split between it and Lesta. For instance, and according to separate RBC Group report, Lesta issued a statement at the same time indicating that it was not involved in the effort. The move against Lesta may simply reflect the fact that Russia really can't do much about wargaming. It's clearly not happy with the company's pro-Ukraine behavior. In 2022, for instance, the Belarusian KGB added Wargaming's chief business development officer Nikolai Katsalapov to his terrorist watch list, a largely symbolic move, assuming Katsalapov has enough sense not to go back. Because Wargaming is no longer has operations in Russia or Belarus, asset seizure isn't really an option like it is for Lesta. Wargaming essentially confirmed the state of affairs in a statement provided to PC Gamer. Wargaming made a strategic exit from Russia and Belarusian markets 3 years ago, a representative said. The company disposed its business in Russia and Belarus to the local management at zero cost, on a debt-free, cash-free basis, with no consideration to take it back. Wargaming doesn't have any assets or business interest in Russia or Belarus. The RIA Novista report says the assets of Lesta Group have already been seized. The company said in a statement posted to Telegram that it is in full compliance with the law in Russia and Belarus, and is providing full assistance to law enforcement agencies to resolve all issues that have arisen as quickly as possible. I've reached out to Wargaming for comment and will update if I receive a reply. Hey, I don't know if you're talking about, I don't know who Little Doofus is, but if you're talking about Ryan Coe, I don't know who Little Doofus is. Coming in here talking about Little Doofus saying GameStop's a failing company. Good times, good times. Oh man, that's funny. Isn't that a 21 Capital, that company that's IPOing with like 42 billion in Bitcoin or something? I can't remember. I can't remember the name of the company. All right. House Education and Workforce Committee Republicans have released their plan to overhaul the country's student loan and financial aid system, calling for limits on student borrowing and a reduction in the repayment options for borrowers. The GOP, I don't even know if I want to read this. Undergraduate students would face a borrowing cap of $50,000 in federal student loans starting July 1st, 2026, while graduate students couldn't take out more than $100,000. Interesting. Alright, whatever. Should we go back to the book? I'll see if there's any other articles real quick. But I think we go back to the book. That shit's actually good. Damn, it's only 11. I was considering streaming up until about this point, and then going to the gym, and then restarting the stream again. I was interested if maybe that would be an interesting strategy. But I kind of want to read the book. Yeah, there's 23 people here right now. Not bad. Not bad. Much love. Make sure you hit that like button. Definitely a lot of different stream than yesterday. Yesterday was weird. Yesterday was weird, bro. There was like 10 people in here. Less than 10 people. A lot of points. I'm going to the driving range right now, then coming back. Nice. Let's go. That sounds chill. That sounds chill. I mean, I'll stick around for now, but it was something I was considering. Because then it would be like a, 2 to 3 hour stream in the morning. And then, take a 2-hour break for the gym. And then I would come back at about like 1 my time. So right at power hour. And then stream for another like 2 or 3 hours. I don't know. I don't know if today's the day. But maybe. I'm gonna go dig some worms so y'all have more fun than me. I mean, that sounds chill. Sounds like you're getting ready to go fishing, so. That sounds sick. Playing in the mud. I always like the post-market part of the stream in case of news. Yeah, for sure. For sure. I just think it'd be interesting to do 2 streams in a day, I guess. Instead of doing a full 7-hour stream, split it up a little bit. But for now, I'll stay on live for a minute. For now. Let's see, everything's pretty much flat today for the most part. I do have a lot of insider buying I need to do. It's starting to add up. Oh god. Oh god. It's starting to add up. Yesterday was a big day for insider buying, it looks like. Somewhat. Don't worry, I know where we left off, so don't worry. There just might be a stream coming up soon, strictly dedicated to insider buying. Just put up Ryan Cohen on, or Ryan Kitty on, go to the gym, keep the stream rolling. That could be a good idea too. That could be a good idea too. But people can go watch Roaring Kitty on their time, Whatever you call it. Uptime? I don't know exactly what you mean, actually. You just mean how long the stream's on? Or like exposure, I guess. I don't know. I don't really know what you mean by that, actually. I've been thinking about doing it that way because Josh does it that way. He started doing it like he does it like he starts in the morning. Well, he's live right now. But yeah, see, he starts in the morning. Or he has the Pledge of Allegiance stream first hour, then he restarts it, goes back for 3 hours, and then he restarts it to members only for this part of the stream. Josh is always on, bro. He's been streaming fucking 7-8 hours a day for over 5 years now. He's a big player. A big player. When I first joined this stream fucking 5-6 years ago, bro, there was like 50 people in the chat. There's like 50 people, maybe 100. Now it's thousands. Straight thousands. And you know what's really crazy? You know what's really fucking crazy? Is he has two channels. He has this one, and then he has the Trading Fraternity. And just recently, really just recently, oh shit, that was the wrong channel. Just recently, he's not doing watch lists on this channel anymore. Now he's just doing, he doesn't show his face, so it's kind of funny, but he's just doing like vlogs on this stream. And I was like, why is he doing that? But if you'll notice, the Trading Fraternity only has 304,000 subscribers. Stock Market Live, on the other hand, has 282,000 subscribers. So, for the first time in a long, live streaming is outperforming videos. I mean, that's what I get out of this, That's what I see when I see this. I'm like, damn, bro. Live streaming is crushing. And this, barely moves. Like, Stock Market Live here in like a month is going to have more subscribers than this. And, let's see, the oldest video on this is 10 years old, I believe. Yeah, 10 years. The oldest video on here. Oh, you can't sort it? Oh, 5 years. So this channel is, wait, can't you see when the channel was created? Yeah, this channel was created February 5th, 2019. So this channel has only been around for 6 years, whereas the other one, I think that's been on YouTube since it was created. Yeah, April 30th, 2014. So this channel has been on YouTube for 11 years. And a channel that was only made, 5 years ago is catching up to it. And it's the same fucking YouTube. It's the same guy. It's the same guy. So, kind of interesting. Kind of interesting. Just goes to show streaming's number one. Streaming's number one. Not really, but it's viable. It has its place. Used to not show your face. True. Very true. Wait, did we read that? I don't know. I can't remember. I'm guessing people like to interact with the host, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Because Josh doesn't really talk to his chat. Really. It's mostly about stock plays and stuff like that. It's mostly about stock plays. It's mostly about options, really. He does, talk about the long term a lot, which I appreciate, because I think the long term is the most beneficial thing for majority of people in the stock market. I think most people just lose money trading options. So, I do appreciate that he talks about the long term, but for the most part, people are only there to steal his option plays, even though it's flip a coin, flip this coin. Here's your option play right here. Look, I'll even full screen it. Here's your option play. Here it is. You got an option play right here. This right here. This is your option play. There you go. That's your option play right here. That's options. So, doesn't really make sense to me, but I guess most people don't look at it that way, I guess. And most people are gambling addicts in the stock market, so they would never be able to look at it that way, even if it was right in front of them. They think Josh has like some special knowledge in the market or something like that. Don't get me wrong, he's really smart. He keeps up with the economics and the news, but nobody in the stock market's gifted. I'm telling you. Might seem that way, but it doesn't exist. It's literally a flip of the coin. Chat with Bisping the other day. That was cool. I called him a big shit house. He is a good sport. Michael Bisping, bro? He's a G. I watch his YouTube channel sometimes. Very rare, but I watch Bisping's YouTube channel every now and then. He's a G. He a G.
Look it up.
Mostly like reactions to fights and stuff, but yeah. Bisping makes pretty good videos. He has a glass eye. I don't know if anyone knows that. He literally has a glass eye. I think it's glass. I don't know if, you know, exactly what it's made out of, but one of his eyes are fake. I think it's Bisping. I'm pretty sure it's Bisping. How can you fight with a glass eye? Bisping doesn't fight anymore. I don't think he's fought for years. And I don't know if bro, fucking Sora Shirai, or not Sora Shirai, that's a skateboarder. Fucking there's that one dude, Magomedov, who has the one eye. Shira Magomedov. He has one eye, and he fucking, I mean, he lost his last fight, but he fucked shit up. But I don't think, I think Bisping got his eye replaced after he retired. Not really sure. I don't know. I don't follow Michael Bisping like that. Alright, there's really no news. So. I didn't sing it a choke and then squeezed out. Yeah, I don't think he had the I don't think he had the fake eye in the UFC. I think that's like one of the reasons why he retired is because he went blind or whatever. Damn, Minecraft movie is well on its way to becoming the most successful video game film of all time, as it earns $816 million. Fighting game Marvel Contest of Champions is coming to PC with over 300 characters. Hello Kitty Island Adventure. That's my favorite game. Donkey Kong 64 composer shares why Nintendo didn't credit him in the Super Mario Bros. Movie for the DK rap. It owns the song and didn't want it. What? They played the DK rap? DK. Donkey Kong. DK. Donkey Kong is here. They just plugged in the N64 and sampled and looped it. There's no re-recording done, straight out of the game, so it's me playing guitar on it. Lads from Rare doing the Sings DK thing. They're all the performers on the tracks. They're all in the movie. Uncredited. DK. Donkey Kong. This Kong's got style, so listen up, dude. She can shrink to size to suit her mood. She can float through the air and climb up trees. If you choose her, do not choose wrong. With a skip and a hop, she's one tough Kong. Am I the only one who's played this game? I feel like I'm the only one who's played that game. Shit's a banger. Who the hell is Bo Hines? Who is this guy? Bo Hines, Executive Director of the President's Council of Advisors on Digital Assets. This is an interview. Maybe we'll watch that in a minute. TikTok Live skyrockets past Twitch in viewership. Here's how it happened. TikTok Live has steamrolled past Twitch to become the second most watched platform in 2025, and there are some key reasons why. So far in Q1 2025, YouTube Live is the king of the streaming space with nearly 15 billion hours watched, while Twitch trails in a distant third at 4.847 billion, the vast majority of which comes from gaming streams. In the middle, however, is TikTok. The short-form video app has seen significant growth so far in 2025 with its live content. This year, it shot up by 30% to the tune of 8.027 billion hours watched. While its gaming streams have helped, with titles such as MLBB and Garena Free Fire doing the heavy lifting, its IRL content has paid dividends. We spoke to StreamChart's product manager, Nazar Babenko, about TikTok's rise, what this means for its rivals, and if it can keep up the momentum. According to Babenko, by being geared towards mobile, TikTok has a major advantage over its competitors. The mobile-centric nature of TikTok is a major factor in its rise. The platform is built for mobile-first interaction, making live streaming incredibly accessible both for viewers and creators. Anyone can go live instantly, lowering the barrier to entry, he explained. When compared to Twitch or YouTube, creating a stream people want to watch can prove to be challenging, but TikTok has another thing going in its favor, its algorithm. This ease of content creation, coupled with TikTok's algorithmic discovery system, significantly boosts live viewership and engagement, especially among casual and first-time streamers. The threat of a TikTok ban in the United States was also a hot topic at the beginning of the year, when the app's future was in serious jeopardy. Babenko believes that heightened media attention surrounding the possible ban also contributed to this 30% rise by encouraging users to engage with the platform while they can, but it's not the only reason for its success. TikTok's content strategy, especially the rise in non-gaming streams, has been a key driver. Popular games among younger US audiences, Roblox, Minecraft, also helped anchor its gaming presence, he added. Plus, the app saw a 40% growth in its chat and outdoor categories, which significantly helped push it to 8 billion hours watched milestone. Twitch urged to diversify or be left behind in the dust. Although IRL content on Twitch remains incredibly popular, YouTube and TikTok generate significantly more viewership through non-gaming broadcasts. This, along with more emphasis on mobile and offering a better mobile UX, is something Twitch must change if it wants to catch up with other platforms. Twitch needs to innovate its creator tools and monetization options to prevent talent migration to Kick, TikTok, or YouTube, Babenko said, adding that Amazon-owned sites should look to expand localization in emerging markets, especially in Southeast Asia and Latin America, where mobile-first viewing is surging. As for TikTok catching YouTube, that just doesn't seem possible given YouTube's robust offerings of long-form video content, stronger monetization tools, sports offerings, and its global brand presence. But don't give up all hope, because TikTok still has room for growth and has the youth on its side. If TikTok continues 30% quarterly growth and expands its creator tools and monetization, it can narrow the gap, particularly among younger audiences. Still have quite a few months left in 2025, and if Q1 saw a 30% increase in TikTok viewership, we could be looking at a radically different streaming world when the year wraps up. Damn. The wife wants to know what the hell I'm listening to. Oh man, the America Idol's next top contender, baby. What you mean? Prismatic on Poke Center. Not even gonna try. Yeah, me either. I never even get in line for it. It always I think it's because I think you lose your place in line when your screen goes black. But yeah. JetBlue to partner with another U.S. airline in the coming weeks, president says. Interesting. What is JBlue at? I like JBlue. JBlue. Up 5%. Not bad. Not bad. I do like AAL more as far as airline picks go, but JBlue's a good second. It's a close second. It could be first. It used to be first. Obviously, I don't be buying none of this, but yeah. I like AAL. All right, let's go back to the book. Why not? How many people are here? I think you guys need some. I think you guys need some book. 18, not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. All right. Alrighty here. Let's see what we got. Ah, I like this. I like this part. What book? Thinking in Bets by Annie Duke. We were reading some of it earlier. I'm just reading some of the parts I've already read. I still have half the book to go, but all right. Redefining wrong. I'm gonna skip through a lot of this, but basically, when she's talking about going to charity poker tournaments, and yeah. So everyone's having a good time. When players have put all their chips in the pot, there's no more betting on the hand. After an all-in situation, the players in the hand turn their cards face up on the table so that everyone can see them before I deal the remaining cards. This makes it fun for the audience because they get to see each player's position in the hand and the drama mounts. With the cards face up, I can determine the likelihood each player will win the hand and announce the percentages of the time each hand will win in the long run. At one such tournament, I told the audience that one player would win 76% of the time and the other would win 24% of the time. I dealt the remaining cards, the last of which turned the 24% hand into the winner. Amid the cheers and groans, someone in the audience called out, "Annie, you were wrong." In the same spirit that he said it, I explained that I wasn't. I said that would happen 24% of the time. That's not zero. You got to see the 24%. You got to see part of the 24%. A few hands later, almost the same thing happened. Two players put all their chips in the pot. They turned their cards face up. One player was 18% to win, and the other 82% to win with the hand. Again, the player with the worst hand when they put in their chips hit a subsequent lucky card to win the pot. This time the same guy in the crowd called out, "Look, it was the 18%. In that aha moment, he changed his definition from what is meant to be wrong. When we think in advance about the chances of alternative outcomes and make a decision based on those chances, it doesn't automatically make us wrong when things don't work out. It just means that one event in a set of possible futures occurred. Look, how quickly you can begin to redefine what it means to be wrong. Once we start thinking like this, it becomes easier to resist the temptation to make snap judgments after results or say things like, "I knew it," or "I should have known." Better decision making and more self-compassion follow. The public at large is often guilty of making black and white judgments about the success or failure of probabilistic thinking. When the UK voted to leave the European Union in July 2016, this is Brexit, it was an unlikely result. Betting shops had set odds heavily favoring a vote for Remain. That does not mean the betting shops had an opinion that Remain would win the day. The goal of the bookmaker is to make sure the amount of money bet on either side is equal, so that the losers essentially pay the winners, while the bookmaker just takes their fees. They aim to have no stake in the outcome and adjust the odds accordingly. The bookmaker's odds reflect the market's view. Essentially, our collective best guess of what is fair. Oh man, dude, this. I love this fucking book, dude. I fucking love this book, bro. That shit right there makes me laugh. That didn't stop even sophisticated people from declaring after the vote came and leave that the bookmakers made a mistake. The chief strategist at one Swiss bank told the Wall Street Journal, "I can't remember any time when the bookies were so wrong." One of America's most famous lawyers and professors, Alan Dershowitz, made this same error, asserting in September 2016 that Clinton-Trump election was too difficult to make any predictions about. He said, "Think about the vote on Brexit. Virtually all the polls, including exit polls that asked voters how'd they vote, got it wrong. The financial markets got it wrong. The bookies got it wrong. Just like my spectator, Dershowitz missed the point. Any prediction that is not 0% or 100% can't be wrong slowly because the most likely future doesn't unfold. When the 24% result happened at the final table of the charity tournament, that didn't reflect inaccuracy about the probabilities as determined before the single outcome. Long shots hit some of the time. Blaming the odds maker or the odds themselves assumes that once something happens, it was bound to have happened, and anyone who didn't see it coming was wrong. The same thing happened after Donald Trump won the presidency. There was a huge outcry about the polls being wrong. Nate Silver, the founder of 538.com, drew a lot of that criticism, but he never said Clinton was a sure thing. Based on his aggregation and weighting of polling data, he had Trump between 30% and 40% to win, approximately between 2 to 1 and 3 to 1, or 3 to 2 against. In the weeks before the election, an event predicted to happen 30% to 40% of the time will happen a lot. Being a poker player, I've played out more 2 to 1 shots in my tournament career than I could possibly count. A lot of those have been situations where the tournament was on the line for me. If I lose the hand, I'm out of the tournament. If I win, I earn a huge pot, maybe even winning the entire tournament. I know viscerally how likely 60 to 40 and 70 to 30 favorites are to lose, and of course the opposite. When people complained that Nate Silver did his job poorly because he had favored Clinton, I thought, those people haven't got all their chips in a pot with a pair against a straight draw and lost. Or more likely, they've had those things happen throughout their lives and didn't realize that that's what 30 to 40% feels like. Decisions are bets on the future, and they aren't right or wrong based on whether they turn out well on any particular iteration. An unwanted result doesn't make our decisions wrong if we thought about the alternatives and probabilities in advance and allocated our resources accordingly. As my client, the CEO, and Pete Carroll both did, it'd be absurd for me, after making a big bet on the best possible starting hand, a pair of aces, and losing, to spend a lot of time thinking that I was wrong to make the decision to play the hand in the first place. That would be resulting. When we think probabilistically, we're less likely to use adverse results alone as proof that we made a decision error, because we recognize the possibility that the decision might have been good, but luck and our incomplete information intervened. Maybe we had the best decision from a set of unappealing choices, none of which were likely to turn out well. Maybe we committed our resources on a long shot because the payout more than compensated for the risk, but the long shot didn't come in this time. Maybe we made the best choice based on the available information, but decisive information was hidden and we could not have known about it. Maybe we chose a path with a very high likelihood of success and got unlucky. Maybe there were other choices that might have been better, and the one we made wasn't wrong or right, but somewhere in between. The second best choice isn't wrong. By definition, it is more right or less wrong than the third best or the fourth best choice. It is like the scale at the doctor's office. There are a lot more choices other than the extremes of obesity or anorexia. For most of our decisions, there will be a lot of space between unequivocal right and wrong. When we move away from the world where there are only two opposing and discrete boxes that decisions can be put in, right or wrong, we start living in the continuum between the extremes. Making better decisions stops being about right, wrong, or right, but about calibrating among all of the shades of gray. Redefining wrong is the easiest in situations where we know the mathematical facts in advance. In the charity tournament final table example, with the players' cards face up, or when I get all my chips in with the best possible starting hand, the hidden information is removed. We can make a clear calculation. If we have that unquestionably right and make an allocation of resources, a bet on the calculation, we can go more naturally to get to I wasn't wrong just because it didn't turn out well, and I shouldn't change my behavior. When the chances are known, we are tethered more tightly to a rational interpretation of the influence of luck. It feels a little bit more like chess that way. There's no doubt it is harder to get there when we add in hidden information on the top of the influence of luck. Untethered from seeing what the coin actually looks like, we are more likely to anchor ourselves to the way things turned out as the sole signal for whether we were right or wrong. We are more likely to declare, I told you so, or I should have known. When we start doing that, compassion goes out the window. Just ask Pete Carroll. Redefining wrong allows us to let go of all the anguish that comes from getting a bad result. But it also means we must redefine right. If we aren't wrong just because things didn't work out, then we aren't right just because things turned out well. Do we win emotionally to making that mindset trade-off? Being right feels really good. I was right. I knew it. I told you so. Those are all things we say. They all feel very good to us. Should we be willing to give up the good feeling of right to get rid of the anguish of wrong? Yes. First, the world is a pretty random place. The influence of luck makes it possible to predict exactly how things will turn out. The influence of luck makes it impossible to predict exactly how things will turn out. And all the hidden information makes it even worse. If we don't change our mindset, we're going to have to deal with being wrong a lot. It's built into the equation. Poker teaches that lesson. A great poker player who has a good size advantage over the other players at the table, making significantly better strategic decisions, will still be losing over 40% of the time at the end of an 8 hour of play. That's a whole lot of wrong, and it's not just confined to poker. The most successful investors in startup companies have a majority of bad results. If you applied to NASA's astronaut program or the NBC Page program, both of which have drawn thousands of applicants for a handful of positions, things will go your way a minority of the time. But you didn't necessarily do anything wrong. Don't fall in love or even date anybody if you want only positive results. The world is structured to give us lots of opportunities to feel bad about being wrong if we want to measure ourselves by the outcomes. Don't fall for it. Second, being wrong hurts us more than being right feels good. We know from Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky's work on loss aversion, part of prospect theory, which won Kahneman the Nobel Prize in Economics in 2002, that losses in general feel about 2 times as bad as wins feel good. So winning $100 at blackjack feels good to us as losing $50 feels bad to us. Because being right feels like winning, and being wrong feels like losing. That means we need 2 favorable results for every 1 unfavorable result just to break even emotionally. Why not live a smoother existence without the swings, especially when the losses affect us more intensely than the wins? Are you ready to really wrap your arms around uncertainty, like great decision makers do? Are you ready to embrace this redefinition of wrong, and to recognize you are always guessing, and that those guesses drive how you place your resources? Getting comfortable with this realignment and all the good things that follow starts with recognizing that you've been betting all along. Woo! Woo! That's a good ass book, bro. That's a good ass book. That's a good ass book. It's a tough book, you know, because a lot of people aren't willing to reshape their thinking. So it's a tough book to listen to, probably for some people, but I mean, that's just reality. You know, most people aren't willing to reshape the way they think. I thought that it's interesting how it's talking about, you know, how losses feel 2 times as bad as winning. And that's why I bet the way I do, because I'm, you know, the way I bet, if I lose 3 times and win once, I make my money back. And that's literally why I do it that way. I mean, not, you know, not because emotionally it affects me or anything like that, but because that's how you should bet. Simple understanding of math should make all this pretty obvious. Well, I don't know how obvious it is. If you understand the concept, it might be obvious to you, but for a majority of people, I don't know how obvious it is to think like this. I would argue most people don't think like this. I don't know if I want to read this story. This story is just basically about a poker player who was bet like $30,000 to move to a different place, and then he went there for a day and he just gave up on the bet. He's like, all right, I'll give you guys the 30. Or I think he negotiated and ended up having to only pay 15,000. But yeah, it's let's see. So yeah, within a few days, John agreed to pay 15,000 to get out of the bet and return to Vegas. John proved in spectacular fashion that the grass is always greener. We've all been to Des Moines. The punchline of the John Hennington Des Moines story, after 2 days he begged to get out of it, made it part of gambling folklore. That punchline, however, obscures how usual the underlying analysis about whether to move was. The only real difference between Johnny's World's decision to move to Des Moines and anyone else's decision to relocate or take a job was that he and the poker players made explicit that the decision was a bet on what would most improve their quality of life. John considered two distinct and mutually exclusive alternative futures: taking the bet and living for a month in Des Moines, or not taking the bet and staying in Vegas. Any of us thinking about relocating for a new job has this same choice between moving, with the potential to earn the money being offered, or staying where we are and maintaining the status quo. How does the new job pay compared to what we have now? There are plenty of things we value in addition to money. We might be willing to make less money to move to a place we imagine we would like a lot better. Will the new job have better opportunities for advancement and future gains, independent of short-term gains in compensation? What are the differences in pay, benefits, security, work environment, and the kind of work we'd be doing? What are we giving up by leaving our city, colleagues, and friends for a new place? We have to inventory the potential upside and downside of taking the bet, just like Hennigan did. That his 30,000 wasn't a sure thing doesn't make his decision distinct from other job or relocation decisions. People take jobs all the time where a large portion of the compensation is contingent. In many businesses, compensation includes bonuses, stock options, or performance-based pay. Even though most people don't have to consider losing 30,000 when they take a job, every decision has risk, regardless of whether we acknowledge them. Even a set salary is not guaranteed. We could get laid off, or hate the job and quit, or the company could go out of business. When we take a job, especially one promising big financial rewards, the commitment to work can cost us time with our family and affect those relationships, a costly, if not losing, compromise. In addition, whenever we choose an alternative, whether it's taking a new job or moving to Des Moines for a month, we're automatically rejecting every other possible choice. All those rejected alternatives are paths to possible futures where things could be better or worse than the path we chose. There's potential opportunity cost in any choice we forgo. Likewise, the players on the other side of that bet, risking 30,000 to see if John would live a month in Des Moines, thought about similar factors that employers consider in making job offers or spending money to create enticing workplace environments. The poker players had to strike a fine balance in offering that bet to Hennigan. The proposition had to be good enough to entice him to take the bet, but not so good that it would be guaranteed to cost them the 30,000. Although employers aren't trying to entice employees to quit, their goal is similar in arriving at the compensation package to get the prospect to accept the offer and stay at the job. They must balance offering attractive pay and benefits with going too far and impairing their ability to make profit. Employers also want employees to be loyal and work long, productive hours and maintain morale. An employer might or might not offer an on-premise childcare. That could encourage someone to work more hours, or scare off a prospective employee because it implies that may be expected to sacrifice aspects of their non-work lives. Offering paid vacation leave makes a job more attractive, but unlike offering free dinner and exercise facilities, encourages them to spend time away from work. Hiring an employee, like offering a bet, is not a riskless choice. Betting on hiring the wrong person can have a huge cost, as the CEO who fired his president can attest. Recruitment costs can be substantial, and every job offer has an associated opportunity cost. This is the only person you can offer this opportunity. You might have dodged the cost of hiring Bertie Madoff, but you might have lost the benefits of hiring Bill Gates. The John Hennigan story seems so unusual because it started with a discussion about what Des Moines was like and ended with one of the people in the discussion moving there the next day. That happened, though, because when you are betting, you have to back up your beliefs by putting a price on it. Holy shit! What? 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 What did that just say? That happened, though, because when you are betting, you have to back up your belief by putting a price on it. You have to put your money where your mouth is. To me, the ironic thing about a story that seems so crazy is how the underlying analysis was actually very logical. A difference of opinion about alternatives, consequences, and probabilities. By treating decisions as bets, poker players explicitly reorganize that they are deciding on alternative futures, each with benefits and risks. They also recognize there are no simple answers. Some things are unknown or unknowable. The promise of this book is that if we follow the example of poker players by making explicit that our decisions are bets, we can make better decisions and anticipate when irrationality is likely to keep us from acting in our best interest. I need to go piss. I'll be right back. You have to put your money where your mouth is. There's someone I know who says that a lot. I don't know who it is, but someone says that a lot. I forget who it is, but someone. All right. All decisions are bets. Our traditional view of betting is very narrow. Casinos, sporting events, lottery tickets, wagering against someone else on the chance of a favorable outcome of some event. The definition of bet is much broader. Merriam-Webster's online dictionary defines bet as a choice made by thinking about what will probably happen. To risk losing something when you try to do or achieve something, and to make decisions that are based on the belief that something will happen or is true. As emphasized the broader, often overlooked aspects of betting: choice, probability, risk, decision, belief. We can also see from this definition that betting doesn't have to take place in a casino or against somebody else. No matter how far we get from the familiarity of betting at the poker table or in a casino, our decisions are always bets. We routinely decide among alternatives, put resources at risk, assess the likelihood of different outcomes, and consider what it is that we value. Every decision commits us to some course of action that, by definition, eliminates acting on another alternative. Not placing a bet on something is, itself, a bet. Choosing to go to the movies means that we are choosing to not do all the other things with our time that we might do during that 2 hours. If we accept a job offer, we're also choosing to foreclose all other alternatives. We aren't sticking with our current job or negotiating to get better deals in our current job, or getting or taking other offers or changing careers, or taking some time away from work. There's always opportunity cost in choosing one path over others. The betting elements of decisions, choice, probability, risk, etc., are more obvious in some situations than others. Investments are clearly bets. A decision about a stock, buy, don't buy, sell, hold. Not to mention esoteric investment options involves a choice about the best use of financial resources. Incomplete information and factors outside of our control make all our investment choices uncertain. We evaluate what we can, figure out what we think will maximize our investment money, and execute. Deciding not to invest or not to sell a stock, likewise, is a bet. They're the same decisions I make during a hand of poker: fold, check, call, bet, or raise. We don't think of our parenting choices as bets, but they are. We want our children to be happy, productive adults when we send them out into the world. Whenever we make a parenting choice about discipline, nutrition, school, parenting philosophy, where to live, etc., we are betting that our choice will achieve the future we want for our children more than any other choice we might make given the constraints of the limited resources we have to allocate: our time, our money, our attention. Job and relocation decisions are bets. Sales negotiations and contracts are bets. Buying a house is a bet. Ordering the chicken instead of the steak is a bet. Everything is a bet. Nobody's talking in chat, so I guess we're gonna keep going. Juan, I know who you are. I know who you are, bro. Don't act like I don't know who you are. Most bets are bets against ourselves. One of the reasons we don't naturally think of decisions as bets is because we got hung up on zero-sum nature of the betting that occurs in the gambling world. Betting against somebody else or the casino, where the gains and losses are symmetrical. One person wins, the other loses, and the net between the two adds to zero. Betting includes, but is not limited to, those situations. In most of our decisions, we're not betting against another person. Rather, we're betting against all the future versions of ourselves that we are not choosing. We're constantly deciding among alternative futures. One where we go to the movies, one where we go bowling, one where we stay at home. Or futures where we take a job in Des Moines, stay at our current job, or take some other time away from work. Whenever we make a choice, we are betting on a potential future. We are betting that the future version of us that results from the decisions we make will be better off. At stake in a decision is that the return to us, measured in money, time, happiness, health, or whatever we value in that circumstance, will be greater than what we are giving up by betting against the other alternative future versions of us. Have you ever had a moment of regret after a decision where you felt, I knew I should have made the other choice? That's an alternative version of you saying, see, I told you so. When Pete Carroll called for a pass on second down, he didn't need an inner voice second-guessing him. He had the collective cry of the Seahawks fans yelling, when you called for Wilson to pass, you bet on the wrong future. How can we be sure that we are choosing the alternative that is best for us? What if another alternative would bring us more happiness, satisfaction, or money? The answer is, of course, is we can't be sure. Things outside of our control, luck, can influence the result. The futures we imagine are merely possible. They haven't happened yet. We can only make our best guess, given what we know and don't know, and what the future will look like. If we've never lived in Des Moines, how can we possibly be sure how we will like it? When we decide we are betting whatever we value, happiness, success, satisfaction, money, time, reputation, etc., on one of a set of possible and uncertain futures, that is where the risk is. Poker players live in a world where that risk is made explicit. They can get comfortable with uncertainty, because they put it up front in their decisions. Ignoring the risk and uncertainty in every decision might make us feel better in the short run, but the cost to quality of our decision making can be immense. If we can find ways to become more comfortable with uncertainty, we can see the world more accurately and be better for it. Let's see. I forgot about this part. This shit's funny. I think we can skip that. I think this is a good part. When I speak at professional conferences, I will occasionally bring up the subject of belief formation by asking the audience a question. Who here knows if you can predict if a man will go bald? People will raise their hands, I'll call on someone, and they'll say, you look at their maternal grandfather. Everyone nods in agreement. I'll follow up by asking, does anyone know how you calculate a dog's age in human years? I can practically see audience members mouthing, multiply by 7. Both of these widely held beliefs aren't actually accurate. If you search online for common misconceptions, the baldness myth is at the top of most lists. As Medical Daily explained in 2015, a key gene for baldness is on the X chromosome, which you get from your mother, but it is not the only genetic factor in play, since men with bald fathers have an increased chance of going bald when compared to men whose fathers have a full set of hair. Scientists say baldness anywhere in your family may be a sign of your impending fate. As for the dog to human age ratio, it's just a made up number that's been circulating with no basis. Yet with increasing weight through repetition since the 13th century, where did we get these beliefs, and why do they persist, despite contrary science and logic? We form beliefs in a haphazard way, believing all sorts of things based on what we hear out in the world, but haven't researched for ourselves. Sounds kind of similar to GameStop. I don't know. Sounds a little similar to GameStop, right? Alright, this is how we think we form our abstract beliefs. We hear something, we think about it and vet it, determining whether it is true or false. Only after that, we form our belief. It turns out, though, that we actually form abstract beliefs this way. We hear something, we believe it to be true. Only sometime later, if we have the time or the inclination, we think about it and vet it, determining whether it is in fact true or false. Harvard psychology professor Daniel Gilbert, best known for his book Stumbling on Happiness and his starring role in Prudential financial commercials, is also responsible for some pioneering work on belief formation. In a 1991 paper in which he summarized centuries of philosophical and scientific study on the subject, he concluded, findings from a multiple of research literatures converge on a single point. People are credulous creatures who find it very easy to believe and very difficult to doubt. In fact, believing is so easy and perhaps so inevitable that it may be more like involuntary comprehension than it is like rational assessment. 2 years later, Gilbert and his colleagues demonstrated through a series of experiments that our default is to believe that what we hear and read is true, even when that information is clearly presented as being false. We are still likely to process it as true. In these experiments, subjects read a series of statements about a criminal defendant or a college student. These statements were color-coded to make it clear whether they were true or false. Subject under time pressure, or who had their cognitive load increased by a minor distraction, made more errors in recalling whether the statements were true or false. But the errors weren't random. The subjects were not equally likely to ignore some statement labeled true as they were to rely on some statements labeled false. Rather, their errors went in one direction. Under any sort of pressure, they presumed all the statements were true, regardless of their labeling. This suggests our default setting is to believe what we hear is true. This is why we believe that baldness is passed down from maternal grandfather. If you, like me until I looked up for this book, had that belief, had you ever researched it for yourself? When I ask my audience this question, they generally say it is just something they heard, but they have no idea where or from whom. Yet they are very confident that it is true. That should be proof enough that the way we form beliefs is pretty goofy. As with many of our irrationalities, how we form beliefs was shaped by the evolutionary push towards efficiency rather than accuracy. Abstract belief formation, that is, beliefs outside our direct experience, conveyed through language, is likely among the few things that are uniquely human, making it relatively new in the scope of evolutionary time. Before language, our ancestors could form new beliefs only through what they directly experienced of the physical world around them. For perceptual beliefs from direct sensory experience, it's reasonable to presume our senses aren't lying. Seeing is, after all, believing. If you see a tree right in front of you, it would generally be a waste of cognitive energy to question whether the tree exists. In fact, questioning what you see or hear can get you eaten. For survival essential skills, type I errors, false positives, were less costly than type 2 errors, false negatives. In other words, better to be safe than sorry, especially when considering whether to believe that the rustling in the grass is a lion. We didn't develop a high degree of skepticism when our beliefs were about things we directly experienced, especially when our lives were at stake. As complex languages evolved, we gained the ability to form beliefs about things we had not actually experienced for ourselves. And as Gilbert pointed out, nature does not start from scratch. Rather, she is an inveterate jury rigger who rarely invents a new mechanism to do splendidly what an old mechanism can be modified to do tolerably well. In this case, the system we already had was 1. Experience it, 2. Believe it to be true, and 3. Maybe and rarely question it later. We may have more reasons to question this flood of secondhand information, but our older system is still in charge. It's a very simple summary of a great deal of research and documentation. For some good overviews, I highly recommend Dan Gilbert's Stumbling on Happiness, Gary Marcus's Cluj, and Dan Kamen's Thinking Fast and Slow, listed in the selected bibliography recommendations for further reading. A quick Google search will show that many of our commonly held beliefs are untrue. We just don't get around to Google searching on these things. Spoiler alert, 1. Abner Doubleday had nothing to do with inventing the game of baseball. 2. We use all parts of our brain. The 10% figure was made up to sell self-improvement books. Neural imaging and brain injury studies disapprove this fabrication. 3. Immigrants didn't have their names Americanized involuntarily or otherwise at Ellis Island. Maybe it's no big deal that some of these inconsequential common beliefs are clearly false. Presumably, people aren't using a bogus dog age calculator to make medical decisions for their pets, and veterinarians know better. But this is our general belief formation process, and applies in areas that can have significant consequence. In poker, this belief formation process can cost players a lot of money. One of the first things players learn in Texas Hold'em is a list of 2 cards starting hands to play or fold. Based on your table position and actions from players before you, when Texas Hold'em first developed in the 60s, some expert players innovated deceptive plays with middle cards, consecutive in rank, and at the same suit, like the 6 and 7 of diamonds. In poker shorthand, such cards are called suited connectors. Suited connectors have the attraction of making a powerful camouflage straight or a flush. Expert players might choose to play these types of hands in a very limited set of circumstances, namely where they feel they could fold the hand at a small loss. Successfully bluff if it doesn't develop, or extract maximum value in later betting rounds by trapping a player with conventionally stronger starting cards when the hand does develop favorably. Unfortunately, the mantra of win big or lose small with suited connectors filtered down over the years without the subtlety of the expertise needed to play them well, or the narrow circumstances needed to make those hands profitable. When I taught poker seminars, most of my students strongly believed suited connectors were profitable starting cards under pretty much any circumstance. When I asked why, I would hear everyone knows that, or I see players cleaning up with suited connectors all the time on TV. But no one I asked had kept a P&L of their experience with suited connectors. Do that, I'd say, and report back what you find. Lo and behold, players who came back to me discovered they were net losers with suited connectors. The same belief formation process led hundreds of millions of people to bet the quality and length of their lives on their belief about merits of a low-fat diet. Led by advice drawn, in part, from research secretly funded by the sugar industry, Americans in one generation cut a quarter of caloric intake from fat, replacing it with carbohydrates. The U.S. government revised the food pyramid to include 6 to 11 servings of carbohydrates and advised that the public consume fat sparingly. It encouraged the food industry, which enthusiastically followed, to substitute starch and sugar to produce reduced fat foods. David Ludwig, a Harvard Medical School professor and doctor at Boston Children's Hospital, summarized the cost of substituting carbs for fats in the Journal of American Medical Association. Contrary to prediction, total calorie intake increased substantially, the prevalence of obesity tripled, and the incidence of type 2 diabetes increased manyfold, and the decades-long decrease in cardiovascular disease plateaued and may reverse, despite greater use of preventive drugs and surgical procedures. Low-fat diets became the suited connectors of our eating habits. Even though our default is true, if we are good at updating our beliefs based on new information, our haphazard belief formation process might cause relatively few problems. Sadly, this is not the way the world works. We form beliefs without vetting most of them, and maintain them even after receiving clear corrective information. In 1994, Holland Johnson and Colleen Seifert reported in the Journal of Experimental Psychology the results of a series of experiments in which subjects read messages about a warehouse fire. For subjects reading messages mentioning that the fire started near a closet containing paint cans and pressurized gas cylinders, that information predictably encouraged them to infer a connection. When 5 messages later, subjects received a correction that the closet was empty, they still answered questions about the fire by blaming burning paint for toxic fumes and citing negligence for keeping flammable objects nearby. This shouldn't be a surprise to anyone recognizing the futility of issuing a retraction after reporting a news story that was factual error. Truth-seeking, the desire to know the truth regardless of whether the truth aligns with the beliefs we currently hold, is not naturally supported by the way we process information. We think of ourselves as open-minded and capable of updating our beliefs based on new information, but the research conclusively shows otherwise. Instead of altering our beliefs to fit new information, we do the opposite, altering our interpretation of that information to fit our belief. Damn, bro. Damn, bro. There's some people that need to be hearing this. There's some people out there that need to read this book, including me. Juan is bad. Juan's an inept owl. Let's see. Do we keep reading this? How many people are here right now? Like, are you guys enjoying this book? $14 people? Nah. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people left, but sucks for them. Those are the people who can't change. Those are the people who can't change their thinking. They're like, what the fuck is this guy reading about? This has nothing to do with GameStop. It's like, oh, it has a lot to do with GameStop, my friend. It has more to do with GameStop than you know. Skip that part, I think. Um, I think this could be worth reading. And so it's talking about a study, 2012 Stanford Law Review. They saw a protest, blah, blah, blah. All right. In the study, two groups of subjects watched a video of police action halting a political demonstration. One group was told the protest occurred outside an abortion clinic aimed at protesting legalized abortion. Another group was told it occurred at a college career placement facility where the military was conducting interviews and protesters were demonstrating against the then existing ban on openly gay and lesbian soldiers. It was the same video, carefully edited to blur or avoid giving away the subject of the actual protest. Researchers, after gathering information about the worldviews of the subjects, asked them about the facts and conclusions from what they saw. The results mirrored those found by Hausdorff and Cantrill's nearly 60 years before. Our subjects all viewed the same video, but what they saw, earnest voicing of dissent intended only to persuade, or physical intimidation calculated to interfere with the freedom of others, depended on the congruence of what the protesters' positions with the subject's own cultural values. Whether it's a football game, a protest, or just about anything else, our pre-existing beliefs influence the way we experience the world. That those beliefs aren't formed in a particular orderly way leads to all sorts of mischief in our decision making. Okay, never mind. The stubbornness of beliefs. Flaws in forming and updating beliefs have the potential to snowball. Once a belief is lodged, it becomes difficult to dislodge. It takes on a life of its own, leading us to notice and seek out evidence confirming our belief, rarely challenge the validity of our confirming evidence, and ignore or work hard to actively discredit information contracting the belief. This irrational circular information processing pattern is called motivated reasoning. The way we process new information is driven by the beliefs we hold, strengthening them. Those strengthened beliefs then drive how we process further information, and so on. During a break in a poker tournament, a player approached me for my opinion about how he played one of those suited connector hands. I didn't witness the hand, and he gave me a very abbreviated description of how he stealthily played the 6 and 7 of diamonds to make a flush on the second to last card, but had the worst luck when the other players made a full house on the very last card. We had only a minute or two left in the break, so I asked what I thought to be the most relevant question. Why were you playing 6, 7 of diamonds in the first place? Even a brief explanation, I expected, would fill in the details of many of the areas that determine how to play a hand like that, and whether it was a profitable choice, such as a table position, pot size, chip stack sizes, his opponent's style of play, how the table perceived his style, etc. His exasperated response was, "That's not the point of the story. Motivated reasoning tells us it's not really the point of anyone's story. It doesn't take much for any of us to believe something, and once we believe it, protecting that belief guides how we treat further information relevant to the belief. This is perhaps no more evident than in the rise in prominence of fake news and disinformation. The concept of fake news, an intentionally false story planted for financial or political gain, is hundreds of years old. It has included such legendary practitioners as Orson Welles, Joseph Pulitzer, and William Randolph Hearst. Disinformation is different than fake news in that the story has some true elements embellish to spin a particular narrative. Fake news works because people who already hold beliefs consistent with the story generally won't question the evidence. Disinformation is even more powerful because the confirmable facts in the story make it feel like the information has been vetted, adding to the power of the narrative being pushed. Fake news isn't meant to change minds. As we know, beliefs are hard to change. The potency of fake news is that it entrenches beliefs its intended audience already has and then amplifies them. The internet is a playground for motivated reasoning. It provides the promise of access to a greater diversity of information sources and opinions than we've ever had available. Yet we gravitate towards sources that confirm our beliefs, that agree with us. Every flavor is out there, but we tend to stick with our favorite. Making matters worse, many social media sites tailor our internet experience to show us more of what we already like. Author Ellie Parisser developed the term filter bubble in his 2011 book of the same name to describe the process of how companies like Google and Facebook use algorithms to keep pushing us in directions we're already headed. By collecting our search, browsing, and similar data from our friends and correspondents, they give users headlines and links that cater to what they've defined as our preferences. The internet, which gives us access to a diversity of viewpoints with unimaginable ease, in fact speeds our retreat into a conformatory bubble. No matter our political orientation, none of us is immune. The most popular websites have been doing our motivated reasoning for us. Even when directly confronted with facts that disconfirm our beliefs, we don't let facts get in the way. As Daniel Kahneman pointed out, we just want to think well of ourselves and feel that narrative our life story is a positive one. Being wrong doesn't fit into that narrative. If we think of beliefs as only 100% right or 100% wrong, when confronting new information that might contradict our belief, we have only two options. A, make the massive shift in our opinion of ourselves from 100% right to 100% wrong, or B, ignore and discredit the new information. It feels bad to be wrong, so we choose B. Information that agrees with us is an assault on our self-narrative. We'll work hard to swat that thread away. On the flip side, when additional information agrees with us, we effortlessly embrace it. How we form beliefs and our inflexibility about changing our beliefs has serious consequences because we bet on those beliefs. Every bet we make in our lives depends on our beliefs. Who we believe will make the best president, if we think we will like Des Moines, if we believe a low-fat diet will make us healthier, or even if we believe turkeys can fly. Oh shit! That part right there makes me think about a lot of the interactions I've had in the chat the past 5 months. When people come in here trying to spread like disinformation, and then I tell them that they're wrong. Don't get me wrong, you know, I'm probably wrong all the time, but it's just nobody corrects me most of the time. I think the only person who's really corrected me in most cases is Kev. Most people don't try to correct. But yeah, that's you guys think this guy bets? Definitely not. Definitely not. Most definitely not. What's betting? What's betting? What's that one thing people used to come in here all the time? Max Payne? Yeah, Max Payne is probably the perfect example of what we just read about. That's hilarious. Being smart makes it worse. The popular wisdom is that you are smarter than you are, is that the smarter you are, the less susceptible you are to fake news or disinformation. After all, smart people are more likely to analyze and effectively evaluate where information is coming from, right? Part of being smart is being good at processing information, parsing the quality of an argument and the credibility of the source. So intuitively, It feels like smart people should have the ability to spot motivated reasoning coming and should have more intellectual resources to fight it. Surprisingly, being smart can actually make bias worse. Let me give you a different intuitive frame. The smarter you are, the better you are at constructing a narrative that supports your beliefs, rationalizing, and framing the data to fit your argument or point of view. After all, people in the spin room in a political setting are generally pretty smart for a reason. In 2012, psychologists Richard West, Russell Meserve, and Keith Stanovich tested the blind spot bias, an irrationality where people are better at recognizing biased reasoning in others, but are blind to bias in themselves. Overall, their work supported across a variety of cognitive biases that, yes, we all have a blind spot about recognizing our biases. The surprise is that blind spot bias is greater the smarter you are. The researchers tested subjects for 7 cognitive biases and found that cognitive ability did not attenuate the blind spot. Furthermore, people who were aware of their own biases were not better able to overcome them. In fact, in 6 of the 7 bias tested, more cognitively sophisticated participants showed larger bias blind spots. Emphasis added, they have since replicated this result. Traitor Twin Dad. That's funny. What's up, Traitor Twin Dad? What's up, bro? Dan Kahan's work on motivated reasoning also indicates that smart people are not better equipped to combat bias and may even be more susceptible. He and several colleagues looked at whether conclusions from objective data were driven by subjective pre-existing beliefs on a topic. When subjects were asked to analyze complex data on experimental skin treatment, a neural topic, their ability to interpret the data and reach a conclusion depended as expected on their numeracy, mathematical aptitude. Rather than their opinions on skin cream, since they really had no opinions on the topic, more numerate subjects did a better job at figuring out whether the data showed that the skin treatment increased or decreased the incidence of rashes. The data were made up, and for half the subjects, the results were reversed, so the correct or incorrect answers depended on using the data, not the actual effectiveness of a particular skin treatment. When the researchers kept the data the same, but substituted concealed weapons bans for skin treatment and crime for rashes, now the subjects' opinions on those topics drove how subjects analyzed the exact same data. Subjects who identified as Democrat or liberal interpreted the data in a way supporting their political belief. Gun control reduces crime. The Republican or conservative subjects interpreted the same data to support their opposing belief. Gun control increases crime. That generally fits what we understand about motivated reasoning. The surprise, though, was Kahan's findings about subjects with differing math skills and the same political beliefs. He discovered that more numerate people, whether pro or anti-gun, made more mistakes interpreting the data on the emotionally charged topic than the less numerate subjects sharing those same beliefs. This pattern is polarization, does not abate among high numeracy subjects. Indeed, it increases. Emphasis in original. It turns out the better you are with numbers, the better you are at spinning those numbers to conform to and support your belief. Oh, I'm fucked. Oh, I'm fucked. Unfortunately, this is just the way that evolution built us. We are wired to protect our beliefs even when our goal is to truth seek. This is one of those instances where being smart and aware of our capacity for irrationality alone doesn't help us refrain from our biased reasoning. As the visual illusions, we can't make our minds work differently than they do no matter how smart we are. Just as we can't unsee an illusion, intellect or willpower alone can't make us resist motivated reasoning. So far, this chapter has mainly been bad news. We bet on our beliefs. We don't vet those beliefs well before we form them. We stubbornly refuse to update our beliefs. Now I've piled on by telling you that being smart doesn't help and can make it worse. The good news starts here. Oh, I've already read like this part of. I should be like reading the book, like what I haven't read so far, but I like this book. I like it. Okay. All right. Want to bet? Imagine taking part in a conversion or a conversation with a friend about the movie Citizen Kane, best film of all time. Introduced a bunch of new techniques by which directors could contribute storytelling. Obviously, it won the Best Picture Oscar, you gush. As part of a list of superlatives the film unquestionably deserves, then your friend says, "Wanna bet?" Suddenly, you're not so sure. That challenge puts you on your heels, causing you to back off your declaration and questions the belief that you just declared with such assurance. When someone challenges us to bet on a belief, signaling their confidence that our belief is inaccurate in some way, ideally, it triggers us to vet the belief, taking an inventory of the evidence that informed us. How do I know this? Where did I get this information? Who did I get it from? What is the quality of my sources? How much do I trust them? How up to date is my information? How much information do I have that is relevant to the belief? What other things like this have I been confident about that turned out not to be true? What are the other plausible alternatives? What do I know about the person challenging my belief? What is their view of how credible my opinion is? What do they know that I don't? What is their level of expertise? What am I missing? Remember the order in which we form abstract beliefs. We hear something, we believe it. Only sometimes later, if we have the time or the inclination, we think about it and vet it, determining whether or not it's true. Wanna bet triggers us to engage in that third step that we only sometimes get to. Being asked if we are willing to bet money on it makes it much more likely that we will examine our information in a less biased way. Be more honest with ourselves about how sure we are of our beliefs, and more open to updating and calibrating our beliefs. The more objective we are, the more accurate our beliefs become, and the person who wins bets over the long run is the one who is the one with the more accurate beliefs. Oh, I forgot about that part. That's funny. Can I read that one more time? I lost my spot. The more objective we are, the more accurate our beliefs come, and the person who wins bets over the long run is the one with the more accurate belief. Woo! Shit! Of course, in most instances, the person offering to bet isn't actually looking to put any money on it. They're just making a point, a valid point that perhaps we overstated our conclusion or made our statement without including relevant caveats. Most people aren't like poker players, around whom there is always the potential that someone might propose a bet and they will mean it. Next thing you know, someone moves to Des Moines and there's 30 grand at stake. It's a shame the social contract for poker players is so different than the rest of us in this regard, because a lot of good can result from saying, "Wanna bet?" Offering a wager brings the risk out in the open, making explicit what is already implicit and frequently overlooked. The more we recognize that we are betting on our belief, with our happiness, attention, health, money, time, or some other limited resource, the more we are likely to temper our statements, getting closer to the truth, as we acknowledge the risk inherent in what we believe. Expecting everyone starting to throw the gauntlet down, challenging each other to bet on an opinion, is impractical if you aren't hanging out in a poker room. Even in the poker rooms, this generally happens only among players who know each other well. I imagine that if you went around challenging everyone with "wanna bet," it would be difficult to make friends, and you'd lose the ones you have. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. But if that doesn't mean we can't change the framework for ourselves in the way we think about our decisions, we can train ourselves to view the world through the lens of "wanna bet." Once we start doing that, we are more likely to recognize that there is always a degree of uncertainty, that we are generally less sure than we thought we were, and that practically nothing is black and white, 0% or 100%, and that's a pretty good philosophy for living. Ooh, shit. That part's fire. That part was fire. Is my phone dead? That part was fire. Oh. It's funny. Can I just read that one part one more time? just one more time, just in case you didn't hear it. The more objective we are, the more accurate our beliefs come. Wait. Yeah. The more objective we are, the more accurate our beliefs become. And the person who wins bets over the long run is the one with the more accurate belief. Oh, man. Shanked the whole bucket. What's up, Moose? Rosh. What book is this? Jump in the middle. This is Thinking in Bets by Annie Duke. Very good book. It's a it's more of a psychology book than anything from a professional poker player. So it's a good book. Good book. All right. I guess we'll continue. Redefining confidence. Not much is ever certain. Samuel Arbsman, The Half-Life of Facts, is a great read about how practically every fact we've ever known has been subject to revision or reversal. We are in a perpetual state of learning, and that can make any prior fact obsolete. One of many examples he provides is about the extinction of the coelacanth. I don't know what that is. A fish from the late Cretaceous period. Cretaceous. A mass extinction event, such a large meteor striking the Earth, a series of volcano eruptions, or permanent climate shift, ended the Cretaceous period. That was the end of dinosaurs, coelacanths, I don't know how to say that, and a lot of other species. In the late 1930s, and independently in the mid-1950s, however, coelacanths were found alive and well. A species becoming unextinct is pretty common. Arbsman cites the work of a pair of biologists at the University of Queensland who made a list of 187 species of mammals declared extinct in the last 500 years. More than a third of those species have subsequently been rediscovered. Given that even scientific facts can have an expiration date, we'd all be advised to take a good hard look at our beliefs, which are formed and updated in a much more haphazard way than those in science. We don't need someone challenging us to challenging us to an actual bet to do this. We can think like a bettor, purposely and on our own, like it's a game even if we're just doing it ourselves. We would be better served as communicators and decision makers if we thought less about whether we are confident in our beliefs and more about how confident we are. Instead of thinking of confidence as all in or nothing, I'm confident or I'm not confident, our expression of our confidence would then capture all the shades of gray in between. When we express our beliefs to others or just ourselves as part of an internal decision-making dialogue, they don't generally come with qualifications. What if, in addition to expressing what we believe, we also rated our level of confidence about the accuracy of our belief on a scale of 0 to 10? 0 would mean we are certain a belief is not true. 10 would mean we are certain that our belief is true. A 0 to 10 scale translates directly to percentages. If you think the belief rate's a 3, that means you are 30% sure the belief is accurate. A 9 means you're 90%. So instead of saying to ourselves, Citizen Kane won the Oscar for Best Picture, we would say, I think Citizen Kane won the Oscar for Best Picture, but I'm only a 6 on that. or I'm 60% that Citizen Kane won the Oscar for Best Picture. That means your level of certainty is such that 40% of the time it will turn out that Citizen Kane did not win the Best Picture Oscar. Forcing ourselves to express how sure we are of our beliefs brings to plain sight the probabilistic nature of those beliefs. That what we believe is almost never 100% or 0% accurate, but rather somewhere in between. In a similar vein, the number can reflect several different kinds of uncertainty. I'm 60% confident that Citizen Kane won Best Picture reflects that our knowledge of this past event is incomplete. I'm 60% confident that the flight from Chicago will be late, incorporates a mix of our incomplete knowledge and inherent uncertainty in predicting the future. The weather might be e.g., the weather might intervene, or there might be some unforeseen mechanical issue. We can also express how confident we are by thinking about the number of plausible alternatives and declaring that range. For example, if I'm stating my belief about what age Elvis died, hey, shout out Elvis. Hopefully Elvis didn't. I haven't seen Elvis in here in a while. Hopefully Elvis didn't die. I might say somewhere between age 40 and 47. I know he died in his 40s, and I remember that it was his early 40s, so for me this is the range plausible alternatives. The more we know about a topic, the better the quality of information we have, the tighter the range of plausible alternatives. When it comes to predictions, the plausible range of outcomes would also be tighter when there is less luck involved. The less we know about a topic, or the more luck involved, the wider our range. We can declare how sure we are whether we are thinking about a particular fact or set of facts. Dinosaurs were herd animals, a prediction. I think there's life on other planets. Or how the future will turn out given some decision we might make. I think I will be happier if I move to Des Moines than I am where I live now. Or I think the company will be better off if we fire the president. These are all beliefs of differing sorts. Incorporating uncertainty in the way we think about our beliefs comes with many benefits. By expressing our level of confidence in what we believe, we're shifting our approach to how we view the world. Acknowledging uncertainty is the first step in measuring and narrowing it. Incorporating uncertainty in the way we think about what we believe creates open-mindedness, moving us closer to a more objective stance towards information that disagrees with us. We are less likely to succumb to motivated reasoning, since it feels better to make small adjustments in degrees of certainty instead of having to grossly downgrade from right to wrong. When confronted with new evidence, it is a very different narrative to say, I was 58%, but now I'm 46%. That doesn't feel nearly as bad as, I thought I was right, but now I'm wrong. Our narrative of being a knowledgeable, educated, intelligent person who holds quality opinions isn't compromised when we use new information to calibrate our beliefs, compared with having to make a full-on reversal. This shifts us away from treating information that disagrees with us as a threat, as something we have to defend against, making us better able to truth seek. When we work towards belief calibration, we become judgmental of ourselves. Incorporating percentages or ranges of alternatives into the expression of our beliefs means that our personal narrative no longer hinges on whether we were wrong or right, but on how well we incorporate new information to adjust the estimate of how accurate our beliefs are. There is no sin in finding out there is evidence that contradicts what we believe. The only sin is in not using that evidence as objectively as possible to redefine that belief going forward. Declaring our uncertainty in our beliefs to others makes us more credible communicators. We assume that if we don't come off as 100% confident, others will value our opinion less. Opposite is usually true. If one person expresses a belief absolutely true, and someone else expresses a belief by saying, I believe this to be true and I'm 80% on it, who are you more likely to believe? The fact that the person is expressing their confidence is less than 100% signals that they are trying to get at the truth, that they are considered the quantity and the quality of their information with thoughtfulness and self-awareness. And thoughtfulness and self-aware people are more believable. Expressing our level of confidence also invites people to be collaborators. As I said, most of us don't live our lives in poker rooms, where it is more socially acceptable to challenge a peer who expresses an opinion we believe to be inaccurate to wager. Outside of the poker room, when we declare something as 100% fact, others might be reluctant to offer up new and relevant information that would inform our beliefs for two reasons. First, they might be afraid they are wrong and so won't speak up, worried they will be judged for that, by us or themselves. Second, even if they are confident their information is high quality, they might be afraid of making us feel bad or judged by saying I'm 80% and thereby communicating we aren't sure. We open the door for others to tell us what they know. They realize they can contribute without having to confront us by saying or implying you're wrong. Admitting we are not sure is an invitation for help in refining our beliefs, and that will make our beliefs much more accurate over time as we are more likely to gather relevant information. Expressing our beliefs this way also serves our listeners. We know that our default is to believe what we hear. Without vetting the information too carefully, if we communicate to our listeners that we are not 100% on what we are saying, they are less likely to walk away having been affected by our beliefs. Expressing belief as an uncertain signals what does that say? Expressing the belief as uncertain signals to our listeners that the belief needs further vetting. That step 3 is still in progress. When scientists publish results of experiments, they share with the rest of their community their methods of gathering and analyzing the data itself, and their confidence in that data. That makes it possible for others to assess the quality of the information being presented, systematized through peer review before publication. Confidence in the results is expressed through both p-values, the probability one would expect to get the result that was actually observed, akin to declaring your confidence on the scale to 0 to 10, and confidence intervals, akin to declaring ranges of plausible alternatives. Scientists, by institutionalizing the expression of uncertainty, invite their community to share relevant information and to test and challenge the results and explanations. The information that gets shared back might confirm, disconfirm, or refine published hypotheses. The goal is to advance knowledge rather than affirm that we already believe. This is why science advances at a fast clip. By communicating our own uncertainty when sharing beliefs with others, we are inviting the people in our lives to act like scientists with us. This advances our belief at a faster clip because we miss out on fewer opportunities to get new information. Information that would help us calibrate the beliefs we have. Acknowledging that decisions are based on our beliefs, getting comfortable with uncertainty and redefining right and wrong are integral to a good overall approach to decision making. But I don't expect that. Having dumped all these concepts in your lap, you should somehow know the best way to use them. These patterns are so ingrained in our thinking that it takes more than knowing the problem or even having the right outlook to overcome the irrationalities that hold us back. What I've done so far, really, is identify the target. Now we are facing the right direction. Thinking in bets is a tool to be somewhat better at hitting it. There you go. We basically just read a whole chapter. We just read a whole chapter. That's crazy. That's crazy. Hey, yeah. It's almost power hour. Oy. Oh. What's up, Kristen? What now? What now? I kind of want to listen to this. I don't know if we'll get clapped, though. I don't think so. So I think, I do want to read the book more, too, but I want to listen to this as well. I mean, I've already read the book. I'm just reading parts to you guys that I thought were interesting. So, we'll see what this guy has to say.
This industry has been a victim of lawfare like no other industry has ever experienced. And
Executive Director for the President's Council of Advisors on Digital Assets, as well as Brian Morgenstern, Head of Public Policy at Riot Platforms and former Deputy Communications Director for the White House. Gentlemen, thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
absolutely, thanks for having us.
Pleasure to be with you. I want to dive right in. It's been an exciting first 100 days, no? Especially around the topic of Bitcoin and digital assets. Could you talk about some of the biggest victories the administration has had thus far?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's been a complete sea change. I mean, the president made promises on the campaign trail. I feel like he's delivered on many of those promises thus far, but we still have quite a bit of work to do. And I think that, setting the precedent with a first week executive order on digital assets, I think sent a strong message that he was here and not going to play around, right? We want to make the United States the crypto capital of the world. We want to welcome in the golden age for digital assets, as the president said, and we feel like we're well on our way of achieving that. In that EO, the president set up this interagency working group that consists of really any of the agencies and our White House offices that touch anything related to the industry. And with this, we've been able to accomplish quite a few things. The president set up the first ever White House Crypto Summit, which was a monumental step in recognizing the industry as the legitimate players that they are in the financial space. That he wanted to basically eradicate anything that undergirded Operation Choke Point 2.0. And you'll see that the SEC has moved forward with this, with the guidance that they've offered, with the lawsuits that they've dropped. We've seen the banking regulators cooperate with the guidance that they've put out over the course of the last few months. We're going to make sure that we create the most pro-crypto friendly environment that possibly exists in the world here in the United States. And our message to folks that have left is welcome home. This is the best place to innovate, and we look forward to having these people back home.
That's great. So having worked here on these hallowed grounds, walking through the gates, it can be awe-inspiring. Also, fighting the bureaucracy can be a daunting challenge. You've accomplished a lot in the first 100 days. Can you tell us a little bit about a day in the life of Bo Hines? How did you get so much done so fast? Are you able to drink it in a little bit and enjoy it? Just walk us through a little bit how you got all these things done, and what is your life like here?
Well, I'd be remiss not to mention the fact that we have an absolutely brilliant AI and crypto czar in David Sachs, and his reputation speaks for itself just with his success in the VC world and the knowledge that he's able to bring into this building. And I think the president has made a phenomenal decision with bringing folks like David in. We're finally testing the hypothesis that I think many Americans have had, which is what happens when you take a bunch of private sector actors that have been successful and inject them into government. Well, I think that, over the course of the last 3 months, the results have spoken for themselves. We've been able to successfully maneuver, and obviously with the creation of the Strategic Bitcoin Reserve, with the eradication of many of the over-regulatory policies that the Biden regime put forward. It's quite a shame. This industry has been a victim of lawfare like no other industry has ever experienced. And what they've been able to accomplish in the midst of headwinds is truly quite remarkable, and we wanted to recognize them for those efforts, which is why we had the first ever White House Crypto Summit. It's why we spend a lot of time with industry actors understanding what their needs are and what the challenges are currently with the industry. And, for me, I probably had no less than 150 meetings with different industry players, both large and small, Goliaths in the space to startups in the space. We really want to hear from everyone, and we've made that very clear. This allows us to make informed decisions. It allows us to take in information that might seem a little bit foreign to others, maybe inside of this building or on Capitol Hill, and digest that and translate it into something that's more palatable. Because truly here with the president's priorities on digital assets, specifically with legislative priorities, we have a chance to revolutionize the way that our current financial system works. And that's something that we take very seriously.
Amazing. If you don't mind, I'm going to put a pin in a few things there. I want to dive in a little bit deeper on some, but there was one thing I've heard you touch on quickly, and I would love for you to expand on a bit, and that's your Bitcoin story. So I think you found Bitcoin early on, 2013, 14, if I'm not mistaken.
Right around there, yeah.
Was it the result of playing in a certain sporting event, a football game or something? Could you expand on this?
Yeah, I think the rumor's starting to get around. So I played in the Bitcoin Bowl in St. Petersburg as a freshman college football player at North Carolina State. I was very fortunate on that roster. I had a fantastic quarterback in Jacoby Brissett, who's still playing in the NFL. But that sparked my interest in crypto initially, and became a pretty avid trader after that, and was very involved just from a retail perspective for quite some time. And Ended up studying a lot of the regulatory initiatives or lack thereof when I was in law school. At that time, it was still more like the Wild West in the space. Even folks that engaged with it, it was considered uncouth from a traditional financial perspective. But, I was able to grasp, the importance of this technology, one in terms of financial freedom and the privacy that it offered to Americans. But moreover, if you're able to integrate these technologies into our current financial systems, it creates transparency like we've never seen before. It expedites the way in which people can move money. And removes a lot of the friction that we currently see inside of our financial system. And I think that that's something that, we're very keen on fixing. If you think about all the different industries and the ways in which, especially people communicate and how that's evolved over the course of the last few decades, we haven't seen the financial marketplace really catch up in terms of technological developments. A lot of the ways in which we move money still today are fairly archaic. And we hope to change that. I think that we will in short order.
Is a Bitcoin ETF the same as owning Bitcoin directly?
What in the world? Is that really the end of the interview right there? There's gotta be more, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh shit! Bitcoin Las Vegas, baby! Bitcoin Las Vegas! How much are tickets? Should we go to Bitcoin Las Vegas? $500! Good lord! What the hell? WrestleMania was $500. Like what? What the hell? Alright, well, it looks like I'm not going to Bitcoin conference. I'm just kidding. I'm buying the whale pass, baby. Getting the whale pass. I'm gonna go to Zook. Get the whale pass. Bitcoin week pass. It's kind of whack that they don't have like hotel offers with these high ticket prices. Alright, whatever. I just wanted to check that. Alright, back to this.
So I want to, dive a little bit deeper into kind of the reasons behind saying what you said. I mean, Bitcoin, of course, is unique. It's a finite asset. There's a space race amongst nations, I think, to capture the value of this. Is that part of the administration's thinking in ending the war on crypto or the war on Bitcoin, kind of opening their mind to it? Like you said, sending a transaction across borders now can take days and many fees and different clearing processes. Bitcoin, of course, kind of fixes that. But then with the supply cap, I think it adds a unique element to it. Is that something you're thinking about of, we don't want another nation to front run this. We want the United States to capture the value, or our allies. Just, is there any thought to kind of the international component here?
And if I could add to that, I think that's in regard specifically to the SBR, right? Do we want to start acquiring sooner than later so that we're not front run to the party?
Well, I think that we made it very clear in the way that we structured the executive order that we recognize Bitcoin as being unique. And we've said repeatedly that we view Bitcoin as digital gold. And a question that I get from journalists all the time is, how much do you want? And I think that's really a silly question. That's like asking any country, how much do you want of any asset with intrinsic stored value? You want as much as you can possibly accumulate. There are stipulations in the EO. We must do this in budget neutral ways that don't cost the taxpayer a dime. But as the president likes to say, we have a lot of high IQ people in this administration, specifically over at Treasury and at Commerce. And I'm very confident in the leaders in those buildings to come up with extremely creative ways for us to accumulate. And we're very excited about that. And certainly we want to move as expeditiously as possible to do that. I think that there is definitely a sort of space race as it pertains to accumulation of this asset, no different than there is with gold, right? So we're very excited about it. I think one thing I'd like to point out too about that executive order is that we recognize the other ecosystems that exist, and that's why we have the digital assets national stockpile as well. We want to encourage innovation in other spaces in the industry, but I think it's really important that we do recognize Bitcoin for its uniqueness. And like you've described, it's a finite asset. It's a commodity, not a security. It has the immaculate conception, as David has said, and that intrinsic store value piece is there. It's been well adopted by the marketplace at this point. So, I feel like we're well on our way. I think we positioned ourselves to be, the Bitcoin superpower of the world, and we're going to deliver on the president's desires as it relates to that.
Amazing. Speaking of the SPR, is there any update on the audit? I know we were looking into maybe how many Bitcoin we still had, how the keys are being maintained. Is there any information you can offer on that?
Yeah, so if you look at the executive order, this responsibility falls on the plate of Treasury, and so they're in the process. What I can say is every agency has been extremely cooperative in producing, what they have, and now Treasury is coming through those reports and pulling it all together. So, we will work through that process expeditiously as well with our partners over at Treasury, and then hopefully we'll move on to the accumulation measures here pretty quickly.
On the accumulation measures, there have been several ideas thrown out there. Senator Lummis wants to revalue the gold certificates. There's a lot of energy assets I think the Army Corps has, where the government could conceivably have mining arrangements on federal properties. These are just a few that have been discussed kind of publicly. Where does that stand? How do you guys think you're going to go about acquiring Bitcoin in a budget neutral way?
Well, we'll come together as a working group and start fleshing out a lot of these ideas. I don't want to poison the well by mentioning just a couple, because there really are an endless amount of creative ideas that we've heard from industry actors and from government actors that are participating in this space. And so, it's not like we're going to enact one measure, right? I mean, we can do this in numerous different ways. And I think that what we're looking for here is what is the most practical, what can we move on in the quickest fashion, and how can we start this accumulation process really in the most expeditious manner possible. So those ideas will likely be prioritized, and then we can add to those as we continue to move forward.
You mentioned earlier financial privacy. You said that Bitcoin, maybe crypto more broadly in some sense, offers financial privacy, but also transparency, right? Blockchains are public ledgers, or public blockchains are public, and people can see your balance if you're transacting with Bitcoin, a stable coin. And that's sort of a level of transparency I don't think we're fully ready for. I'm wondering how you're thinking about balancing privacy and protection, right? People's ability to transact anonymously, but also keeping an eye on nefarious actors potentially using something like Bitcoin to do things, to do unsavory, illegal, illicit things. What does that look like in your mind?
Well, I mean, you make a great point. Well, what this technology offers, not only the digital asset community, but moreover, when you start talking about implementation, integration, and traditional finance, it offers complete transparency on blockchain. I like to say that you're a pretty dumb criminal if you want to use digital assets to do something nefarious, because that can be traced publicly in many cases. And so, for us, I kind of reject the theory that there's more nefarious activity in the digital asset space than there is in traditional finance space. I think that folks that are doing it through traditional payment rails have become, pretty much experts at moving money in illicit fashions. And, at the end of the day, we'll comprise the best actors from both private industry and government to combat nefarious actors, whether it be the Lazarus Group with North Korea, whether it be folks that are attempting to use these technologies in ways that harm the American people. But we also recognize the rights of privacy for Americans and what the space offers to them as well. So that's when we start talking about self-custody and what that means for many folks in the space. And, it is a delicate balance, but it's one that I think that we can strike very effectively.
The world is going to look to the U.S. In terms of where we land on some of these issues. So thank you for digging in so much. After the first 100 days and all the victories that you've been able to rack up, ending Operation Choke Point, your 2 executive orders, where do we go from here? How much longer is your work going to continue at the White House? What do you want to accomplish? What does success look like? What can we expect over the coming months coming from you in your office?
Well, we're excited about what we've been able to accomplish, but there's still a lot of work to do. And, at the end of the day, we want to make sure we deliver on the president's wishes to get both stablecoin legislation and market structure legislation on his desk before August recess. We'll see what the sequencing of that looks like. And, we'll be a little bit deferential to the chairman. They understand their chambers better than anybody. But we feel extremely confident that both of these pieces of legislation will move forward with bipartisan support. I think the leaders on Capitol Hill understand the necessity for the United States to be the global leader in this space as it pertains to digital asset financial technology more generally. And we feel very confident in that. So, hopefully we'll have both of those things signed into law by August, and then we'll pair that with this 180-day report, which was a landmark that was established in the first digital assets executive order that we mentioned earlier. And this report should really be an all-encompassing vision of how we see interagency actors treating the space under a new regulatory framework that's established by our friends on Capitol Hill. And I think that if we do that before August, I think that we will be the crypto capital of the world at that point. You know, you have to look at this really in 3 stages. We had the demolition phase, right, where we're going through and removing a lot of these burdensome regulations that really stifled innovation and growth in the space. We had the construction phase, which we're working with our colleagues on Capitol Hill to get through this phase, and then we'll have the implementation phase. And part of that will be integrating these technologies into traditional financial ecosystems and really altering the course of history as it relates to financial technology and the way in which Americans interact with finances in their day-to-day lives. So it's very exciting, and we're extremely optimistic about where things stand. But I think that we'd be remiss not to thank the president for his leadership here. This is something that I think will end up being one of the biggest achievements more generally in his second term, is really just changing the way in which people are able to move money in the payment rails that we have today. So it's very exciting.
I think that's as good a place as any to end it.
It is very exciting. August, huh? Interesting. He says August. That's not very far away. I need the bottle flip cam. I literally land that like most of the time. The bottle flip cam. The market's moving off of this article, supposedly. Commerce Secretary Lutnick says one trade deal is done, but waiting on approval from unnamed countries' leaders. Tuesday teased that Trump administration has reached its first trade deal, but said it was not fully finalized and declined to name the country involved. I have a deal done, but I need to wait for their prime minister and their parliament to get its approval. What I expect shortly, the stock market rose, blah, blah, blah. Lutnick did say that he was not dealing directly with China. He said those negotiations were in the portfolio of Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. My portfolio is the rest of the world's trade deals. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Ugh. Imagine talking shit on Amazon for raising prices when you're the reason they're raising prices. Oh, that's ridiculous. I never thought I would stand up for Amazon in my life, but like seriously, getting butthurt that they're fucking raising prices. Like they're raising prices because of you, dumbass. You dumbass. Alright, so really no news. I say we go back to the book. Well, I'm making a queso right now. So once the queso is done, I say there is I'll read this one part and then I'll go grab my queso. Nick the Greek had formed an unusual set of beliefs that guided his poker decisions. I knew this because he described them to me and other players at length, using the results of particular hands to punctuate his points. He fixated on the relatively common belief that the element of surprise was important in poker. Don't be predictable, mix up your plays, that sort of stuff. Then he jacked it up on steroids. To him, a starting pair of aces, the mathematically best 2 cards you can get dealt, was the worst hand because everyone predictably played it. They always expect you to have aces. You get killed with that hand. By that logic, he explained, the very best 2 starting cards to play were mathematically weakest 2 cards you could receive. A 7 and a deuce of different suits, a hand almost any player avoids. I bet you never saw it coming. He would say when he turned over that hand and won a pot. And because he played 7 deuce all the time, occasionally the stars would line up and he'd win. I also remember when he threw away a pair of aces face up at the first sign of a bet. Never mind that, he was compromising a vital element of his strategy of subterfuge by constantly showing and telling us what he was doing. Given that he had such an entrenched set of beliefs, it's not surprising that he didn't see any incongruity. Nick the Greek, needless to say, rarely came out ahead. Yet he never changed his strategy, often complained about his bad luck when he lost, though never in a bitter way. He was a friendly guy, pleasant to play with, the perfect poker opponent. I tried to time my daily arrivals so I'd be in the game when he made his afternoon appearance. We'll just leave it there. We'll just leave it there. Let you think for a minute about that. If you listen, we'll just leave it there for a second. One day, Nick the Greek didn't show up to the game. She asked why. Nobody knew. Other players speculated that he went broke or dipped into the till at the hotel, or lost his work visa because he was playing poker every day on company time. I can say that Nick Greek lost a lot of money based on his beliefs, or more accurately, because he ignored lots of feedback that his strategy was a losing one. Let me go full screen real quick. I can't say that Nick the Greek's deportation was the result of his wacky poker beliefs, but I have my suspicions. Others speculated that he went broke, or dipped into the till at the hotel, or lost his work visa because he was playing poker every day on company time. That wasn't in that sentence. I can say that Nick the Greek lost a lot of money based on his beliefs, or more accurately, because he ignored lots of feedback that his strategy was a losing one. He eventually went broke because he didn't recognize learning opportunities as they arose. If Nick the Greek were unique in his resistance to learning from the outcomes he was having at the poker table, I suppose he would just be a footnote for me. A funny story of a guy unique in his ability to hold tight to his strategy despite that strategy resulting in a lot of losing. But, while an extreme case to be sure, Nick the Greek wasn't all that unique. And that was a puzzle for me. I was taught, as all psychology students are, that learning occurs when you get lots of feedback tied closely in time to decisions and actions. If we took that at face value, poker would be an ideal learning environment. You make a bet, get an immediate response from opponents, and win or lose the hand, with real money consequences all in minutes. So why was Nick the Greek, who had been playing for years, unable to learn from his mistakes? Why was a novice like me cleaning up in the game? The answer is that while experience is necessary to becoming an expert, it's not sufficient. Can I read that one more time? The answer is that while experience is necessary to becoming an expert, it's not sufficient. Experience can be an effective teacher, but clearly, only some students listen to their teachers. The people who learn from experience improve, advance, and with a little bit of luck, become experts and leaders in their fields. I benefited from adopting the learning habits of some of the phenomenal poker players I was exposed to along the way. We can all benefit from those practical strategies to become better decision makers. Thinking in bets can help us get there. How tariffs are rising prices. I don't know if I don't know, but yeah, it's not happening anymore. Feel like throwing up. Well, damn. Go lay down or something. Go eat something. Before getting the solutions, we must first understand the problem. What are the obstacles in our way that make learning from experience so difficult? We all clearly have a desire to reach our long-term goals. Listening to what our outcomes have to teach us is necessary to do that. So what is systematically getting in the way? This part's a banger. We can't just absorb experiences and expect to learn. As novelist and philosopher Aldous Huxley recognized, experience is not what happens to a man, it is what a man does with what happens to him. There's a big difference between getting experience and becoming an expert. That difference lies in the ability to identify when the outcomes of our decisions have something to teach us and what the lessons might be. Any decision, whether it's putting $2 on count to change at the racetrack or telling your kids they can eat whatever they want, is a bet on what will likely create the most favorable future for us. The future we have bets on unfolds as a series of outcomes. We bet on staying up late to watch the end of a football game, and we sleep through our alarm, wake up tired, get to work late, and get reprimanded by our boss. Or we stay up late, and any of the myriad other outcomes follow, including waking up perfectly on time and making it to work early. Whichever future actually unfolds, when we decide to stay up late to see the end of the game, we are making a bet that we will be happier in the future for having seen the final play. We bet on moving to Des Moines, and we find our dream job, meet the love of our life, and take up yoga. Or like John Hennigan, we move there, hate it within 2 days, and have to buy our way home for $15,000. We bet on firing a division president or calling a pass play, and the future unfolds as it does. We can represent this like so. Betting on a future, belief, bet, set of outcomes. As the future unfolds into a set of outcomes, we are faced with another decision. Why did something happen the way it did? How we figure out what, if anything, we should learn from an outcome becomes another bet. As outcomes come our way, figuring out whether these outcomes were caused mainly by luck or whether were predictable result of particular decisions we made is a bet of great consequence. If we determine our decisions drove the outcome, we can feed the data we get following these decisions back into belief formation and updating, creating a learning loop. Belief, bet, outcome, bet 2. Back to belief. We have the opportunity to learn from the way the future unfolds to improve our beliefs and decisions going forward. The more evidence we get from experience, the less uncertain we have about our beliefs and choices. Actively using outcomes to examine our beliefs and bets closes the feedback loop, reducing uncertainty. This is the heavy lifting of how we learn. Ideally, our beliefs and our bets improve with time as we learn from experience. Ideally, the more information we have, the better we get at making decisions about which possible future to bet on. Ideally, as we learn from experience, we get better at assessing the likelihood of a particular outcome, giving any decision, making our predictions about the future more accurate. As you may have guessed, when it comes to how we process experience, ideally doesn't always apply. Learning might proceed in a more ideal way of life, more like chess than poker. The connections between outcome quality and decision quality would be clearer because there would be less uncertainty. The challenge is that any single outcome can happen for multiple reasons. The unfolding future is a big data dump that we have to sort and interpret. And the world doesn't connect the dots for us between outcomes and causes. If a patient comes into a doctor's office with a cough, the doctor must work backwards from that one symptom. That one outcome of a possible disease process to decide among the multiple reasons the patient might have that cough. Is it because of virus, bacteria, cancer, a neurological disorder? Because a cough looks roughly the same whether it's from cancer or a virus. Working backwards from the symptom to the cause is difficult. The stakes are high. Misdiagnose the cause, and the patient might die. That is why doctors require years of training to properly diagnose patients. When the future coughs on us, it is hard to tell why. Imagine calls to a customer by two salespersons from the same company. In January, Joe pitches the company's product and gets $1,000 in order. In August, Jane calls on the same customer and gets 10,000 orders. What gives? Was it because Jane is a better salesperson than Joe? Or was it because the company updated its product line in February? Did a low-cost competitor go out of business in April? Or is the difference in their success due to any variety of other unconsidered reasons? It's hard to know why because we can't go back in time and run the controlled experiment where Joe and Jane switch places. And the way the company sorts this outcome can affect decisions on training, pricing, and product development. This problem is top of mind for poker players. Most poker hands end in a cloud of incomplete information. One player bets, no one calls the bet, the bettor is awarded the pot, and no one is required to reveal their hidden cards. After those hands, the players are left guessing why they won or lost the hand. Did the winner have a superior hand? Did the loser fold their best hand? Could the player who won the hand have made more money if they chose a different line of play? Could the player who lost have made the winner forfeit if they chose to play the hand differently? In answering these questions, none of the players know what cards their opponent actually held, or how the players would have reacted to a different sequence of betting decisions. How poker players adjust their play from experience determines their future results. How they fill in all those blanks is a vitally important bet on whether they get better at the game. We're good at identifying ER goals we want to pursue, better, smarter, richer, healthier, whatever, but we fall short to achieve our ER goal. But we fall short to achieving our ER because of the difficulty in executing all the little decisions along the way to our goal. The bets we make on when and how to close the feedback loop are part of the execution. All those in-the-moment decisions about whether something is a learning opportunity to reach our long-term goals, we have to improve at sorting out when the unfolding future has something to teach us, when to close the feedback loop. And the first step in doing this well is recognizing that things sometimes happen because of other forms of uncertainty. Luck. What's the book? Thinking in Bets by Annie Duke. This whole thing. This thing. Good book, good book. This next part's pretty interesting. I like the. All right. How's the stream doing? Not bad. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. All right. Luck versus skill. Building outcomes. The way our lives turn out is the result of two things: the influence of skill and the influence of luck. For the purpose of this discussion, any outcome that is the result of our decision making is in the skill category. If making the same decision again would predictably result in the same outcome, or if changing the decision would predictably result in a different outcome, then the outcome following that decision was due to skill. The quality of our decision making was the main influence over how things turned out. If, however, an outcome occurs because of things we can't control, like the actions of others, the weather, or our genes, the result would be due to luck. If our decisions didn't have much impact on the way things turned out, then luck would be the main influence. This part of the book made me realize I'm not lucky, personally. When a golfer hits a tee shot, where the ball lands is a result of the influence of skill and luck. Whether it is a first-time golfer or Rory McIlroy, the elements of skill, those things directly in the golfer's control that influence the outcome, include club choice, setup, and all the detailed mechanics of the golf swing. Elements of luck include a sudden gust of wind, somebody yelling their name as they swing, the ball landing on a divot or hitting a sprinkler head, the age of the golfer's genes, and the opportunity they received or didn't receive up to the moment of the shot. An outcome like losing weight could be the direct result of a change in diet or increased exercise, skill, or a sudden change in our metabolism or a famine, luck. We could get in a car crash because we didn't stop at a red light, skill, or because another driver ran a red light, luck. A student could do poorly on a test because they didn't study, skill, or because the teacher is mean, luck. I can lose a hand of poker because I made poor decisions, applying the skill element of the game poorly, or because other players got lucky. Chalk up an outcome to skill, and we take credit for the result. Chalk up an outcome to luck, and it wasn't in our control. For any outcome, we are faced with the initial sorting decision. That decision is a bet on whether the outcome belongs in the luck bucket or the skill bucket. This is where Nick the Greek went wrong. We can update the learning loop to represent this like so. It's the same thing. Belief, bet, outcome, skill is the loop, and luck takes you out of the loop. Think about this like we are an outfielder catching a fly ball with runners on base. Fielders have to make in the moment game decisions about where to throw the ball, hit the cutoff man, throw behind the base runner, throw out an advancing base runner. Where the outfielder throws after fielding the ball is a bet. We make similar bets about where to throw an outcome into the skill bucket, in our control, or the luck bucket, outside of our control. This initial fielding of outcomes, if done well, allows us to focus on experiences that have something to teach us, skill, and ignores that don't, luck. Get this right, and with experience, we get closer to whatever ER we are striving for: better, smarter, healthier, happier, wealthier, etc. It is hard to get this right. Absent ominous, it is difficult to tell why anything happened the way it did. The bet on whether to field outcomes into luck or skill bucket is difficult to execute because of ambiguity. Working backwards is hard. The Snackwell's phenomenon. Do we want to read about Snackwell? I can't remember. Oh yeah, it's talking about low, like snack Nabisco introduced a Snackwell low fat whatever, and obviously low fat doesn't mean anything. Looking back now, it seems obvious how the weight gain should have been fielded. It is only obvious once you know that Snackwells are an unhealthy choice. We have the benefit of 20 years of new research, more and better quality information about what causes weight gain. The folks on the low-fat bandwagon had only their weight gain to learn from. The cards remained concealed. Outcomes don't tell us what our fault and what isn't, what we should take credit for and what we shouldn't. Unlike in chess, we can't simply work backwards from the quality of our outcome to determine the quality of our beliefs or decisions. This makes learning from outcomes a pretty haphazard process. A negative outcome could be a signal to go in and examine our decision making. That outcome could also be due to bad luck, unrelated to our decision, in which case treating that outcome as a signal to change future decisions would be a mistake. A good outcome could signal that we made a good decision. It could also mean that we got lucky, in which case we'd be making a mistake to use the outcome as a signal to repeat that decision in the future. When Nick the Greek won with a 7 and a deuce, he fielded that outcome into the skill bucket, taking credit for his brilliant strategy. When he lost with that hand, a much more common occurrence, he wrote it off as bad luck. His fielding error meant he never questioned his beliefs, no matter how much he lost. We're all like Nick the Greek sometimes. Uncertainty, luck, and hidden information gave him the leeway to make fielding errors about why he was losing. We all face uncertainty, and we all make fielding errors. Rats get tripped up by uncertainty in a way that should appear very familiar to us. Classical stimulus response experiments have shown that the introduction of uncertainty drastically slows learning. When rats are trained on a fixed reward schedule, for example, a pellet for every 10th press of a lever, they learn pretty fast to press that lever for food. If you withdraw the reward, the lever pressing behavior is quickly extinguished. The rats figure out that no more food is on the way. But when you reward the rats on a variable of intermittent reinforcement schedules, a pellet that comes on average every 10th lever press, that introduces uncertainty. That average number of lever presses for the reward is the same, but the rat could get a reward on the next press or not for 30 presses. In other words, the rats are rewarded the way humans usually are, having no way to know with certainty what will happen on the next try. When you withdraw the reward from those rats, the lever pressing behavior extinguishes only after a very long time of fruitless lever pushing. Sometimes thousands of tries. We might imagine the rats thinking, I bet the next lever press will get me a pellet. I've just been getting unlucky. I'm due. Actually, we don't even have to imagine this. We can hear it if we listen to what someone we can hear it if we listen to what people say while they play slot machines. Slot machines operate on a variable payoff system. It's no wonder that, despite those machines being among the worst bets in the casino, the banks of slots in a casino are packed. In the end, our rat brain dominates. Alright. If this all doesn't seem difficult enough, outcomes are rarely all skill or all luck. Even when we make the most egregious mistakes and get appropriately negative outcomes, luck plays a role. For every drunk driver who swerves into a ditch and flips his car, there are several who swarm harmlessly across multi-lane highways. It might feel like the drunk driver in the ditch deserved that outcome, but the luck on the road conditions and presence or absence of other drivers also played a role. When we do everything right, like drive through a green light perfectly sober and live to tell the tale, there's also an element of luck. No one else simultaneously ran a red light and hit us. There wasn't a patch of ice on the road to make us lose control of our vehicle. We didn't run over a piece of debris and blow a tire. When we field our outcomes as the future unfolds, we always run into this problem. The way things turn out could be the result of our decisions, luck, or some combination of the two. Just as we are almost never 100% wrong or right, outcomes are almost never 100% due to luck or skill. Learning from experience doesn't offer us the orderliness of chess, or for that matter, folding and sorting laundry. Getting insight into the way uncertainty trips us up, whether the errors we make are patterned, hence they are, and what motivates those errors, should give us clues for figuring out achievable strategies to calibrate the bets we make on our outcomes. If it weren't for luck, I'd win every one. Just as with motivated reasoning, our feeling errors aren't random. They are, borrowing from psychologist and behavioral economist Dan Irely, predictably irrational. The way we field outcomes is predictably patterned. We take credit on the good stuff and blame the bad stuff on luck so it won't be our fault. The result is that we don't learn from experience well. Self-serving bias is the term for this pattern of fielding outcomes. Psychologist Fritz Heider was a pioneer in studying how people make luck and skill attributions about the results of their behavior. He said we study our outcomes like scientists, but like naive scientists. When we figure out why something happened, we look for a plausible reason, but one that also fits our wishes, Heider said. It is usually a reason that flatters us, puts us up in a good light, and it is imbued with an added potency by the attribution. Our capacity for self-deception has few boundaries. Look at the reasons people give their accidents or actual auto insurance forms. I collided with a stationary truck coming the other way. A pedestrian hit me and went under my car. The guy was all over the road. I had to swerve a number of times before I hit him. An invisible car came out of nowhere, struck my car, and vanished. The pedestrian had no idea which direction to run, so I ran over him. The telephone pole was approaching. I attempting to swerve out of its way when it struck my car. Stanford law professor and social psychologist Robert Mackin studied accounts of auto accidents and found that in 75% of accounts, the victims blamed someone else for their injuries. In multiple vehicle accidents, 91% of drivers blamed someone else. Most remarkably, McCown found that the single vehicle accidents, 37% of drivers still found a way to pin the blame on someone else. We can't write this off to lack of self-knowledge by a few bad drivers. John von Neumann, considered a terror on the roads of Princeton, New Jersey, once offered this explanation after smashing his car. I was proceeding down the road. The trees on the right were passing me in an orderly fashion at 60 miles per hour. Suddenly, one of them stepped out in my path. Boom. Etude van etu. This predictable fielding error is probably the single most significant problem with poker players. I watched it firsthand with Nick the Greek at the Crystal Lounge. When he lost with 7 deuce, it was because he got unlucky that time. When he won playing those cards, it was because his plan of surprise attack was so brilliant. Offloading the losses to luck and onboarding the wins to skill meant he persisted in overestimating the likelihood of winning with 7 deuce. He kept betting on a losing future. I love this book. This might be though this book has nothing to do with the stock market really, this might be one of the best stock market books ever. Um, let me read that part one more time. Offloading the losses to luck and onboarding the wins to skill meant he persisted in overestimating the likelihood of winning with 7 deuce. He kept betting on a losing future. And this is not confined to Nick the Greek of the small time Billings variety. Phil Hellmuth, the biggest winner in World Series poker history, 14 championship bracelets and counting, famously fell prey to this fielding error. After getting eliminated from a televised poker tournament, Hellmuth said on a camera to ESPN, "If it weren't for luck, I'd win every one." This line has become legend in the poker world. It was even the basis for a song, "I'd Win Every Time, If It Wasn't for Luck," in All In the Poker Musical, a show based on Phil's life. When the ESPN episode aired, there was a collective gasp in the poker community. After all, Phil is saying that if the luck element were eliminated from poker, if he were playing chess, his poker skills are so superior that he would win every tournament he entered. So clearly, any negative outcomes are due to luck, and any positive outcomes are the result of his superior skill. Poker players may have gasped, but the only difference between Phil and everyone else is that he said this out loud and on television. Most of us just have the sense to keep the sentiment to ourselves, especially when the cameras and mics are on. But trust me, we're all vulnerable to the exact same thinking. I certainly am not exempt. When I was playing poker, I did my share of taking credit for winning and complaining about bad luck when I lost. It's a fundamental urge. I've been conscious of the tendency in all areas of my life. Remember, we can know it's a visual illusion, but that doesn't keep us from still seeing it. Self-serving bias has an immediate and obvious consequences for our ability to learn from experience. Blaming the bulk of our bad outcomes on luck means we miss the opportunity to examine our decisions to see where we can do better. Taking credit for the good stuff means we will often reinforce decisions that Taking credit for the good stuff means we will often reinforce decisions that shouldn't be reinforced and miss opportunities to see what we could have done better. To be sure, some of the bad stuff that happens is mainly due to luck, and some of the good stuff that happens is mainly due to skill. I just know that's not true all the time. 100% of our bad outcomes aren't because we got unlucky, and 100% of our good outcomes aren't because we are awesome. Yet that is how we process the future as it unfolds. The predictable pattern of blaming the bad stuff on the world and taking credit for the good stuff is by no means limited to poker or car accidents. It's everywhere. When Chris Christie participated in a debate before the Republican presidential party in Iowa in early 2016, he played the part of a behavioral psychologist in his attack on Hillary Clinton's response to the tragic outcome in Benghazi. She refuses to be held accountable for anything that goes wrong. If it had gone right, believe me, she would have been running around to be able to take credit for it. Whether or not the accusation is correct, Christie certainly got the human tendency right. We take credit for good things and deflect blame for bad things. Ironically, only minutes earlier, he offered a pretty competitive example of the bias in himself when asked by the moderator if the GOP should take a chance on nominating him in the light of Bridgegate. He answered, "Sure, because there's been 3 different investigations that have proven that I knew nothing." Then he added, "And let me tell you something, I inherited a state in New Jersey that was downtrodden and beaten by liberal democratic policies, high taxes, high regulation. And this year, in 2015, New Jersey had the best year of job growth that our state has ever had in the last 15 years. That's because we put our conservative policies in place." That's a pretty fast pivot from "the bad outcome isn't my fault" to "and let me tell you the good outcome I can take credit for." I described this pattern during an address at a meeting of the International Academy of Trial Lawyers. One lawyer in the audience rushed to tell me after the speech about a senior partner he trained under when he was first out of law school. You won't believe how on point this is, Annie. I assisted this partner at several trials, and at the end of each day, he would analyze the witness testimony the same way. If the witness helped our case, he would say, "You see how well I prepared that witness? When you know how to prepare a witness, you get the results you want." If the witness hurt our case, he would tell me, "That guy refused to listen to me. It never varied." I'm betting any parent of a school-aged child knows this. On occasion, when my kids have done poorly on a test, it seems to have never been because they didn't study. The teacher doesn't like me. Everybody did poorly. The teacher put material on the test we didn't cover in class. You can ask anyone. Self-serving bias is a deeply embedded and robust thinking pattern. Understanding why this pattern emerges is the first step to developing practical strategies to improve our ability to learn from experience. These strategies encourage us to be more rational in the way we field outcomes, fostering open-mindedness and considering all the possible causes of an outcome, not just the one that flatters us. And we only got 5 minutes of the market left. Approaching lows on the GameStop. Apparently that breakout wasn't much. Yeah, a lot of resistance up here. You really want to see us start trading into 28 soon. Because historically, for the past 3 months about, I mean, even going back to November, or you could even go all the way back here in July. Like, anytime you've hit, 28 bucks, 28 to 30, you've had decent sized sell-offs. And you've seen it multiple times. So you really want to start climbing, because you don't want to see another rejection like that. Or else we'll definitely be going back to 25. Or, I mean, hopefully not lower, but I would never say never. But yeah, you don't want to be rejecting 28 over and over again. It's good that the sell-offs aren't that big, but it's only one day. All right. All or nothing thinking rears its head again. Black and white thinking, uncolored by the reality of uncertainty, is a driver of both motivated reasoning and self-serving bias. If our only options are being 100% right or 100% wrong with nothing in between, then information that potentially contradicts a belief requires a total downgrade. From right all the way to wrong, there's no somewhat less sure option in an all or nothing world, so we ignore or discredit the information to hold steadfast in our belief. Both of these biases cause us to see our outcomes through the equivalent of a funhouse mirror. The reflection distorts reality, maximizing the appearance of our skill in good outcomes. For bad outcomes, it makes skill all but disappear, while luck looms giant. Just as with motivated reasoning, self-serving bias arises from our drive to create a positive self-narrative. In that narrative, taking credit for something good is the same as saying we made the right decision, and being right feels good. Likewise, thinking that something was bad was our fault means we made a wrong decision, and being wrong feels bad. When our self-image is at stake, we treat our fielding decisions as 100% or 0%, right versus wrong, skill versus luck, our responsibility versus outside of our control. There's no shades of gray. Fielding outcomes with the goal of promoting our self-narrative and doing it in an all-or-nothing fashion alters our ability to make smart bets about why the future unfolded in a particular way. Learning from experience is difficult, and sometimes impossible. With this kind of biased, broad-brush thinking, outcomes are rarely the result of our decision quality alone or chance alone, and outcome quality is not a perfect indicator of the influence of luck or skill. When it comes to self-serving bias, we act as if our good outcomes are perfectly correlated to good skill, and our bad outcomes are perfectly correlated to bad luck. Whether it's a poker hand, auto accident, football call, trial outcome, or a business success, there are elements of luck and skill in virtually any outcome. That, the motivation to update our self-image in a positive way, underlies the self-serving bias, gives us an idea of where we might look for solutions to overcome the bias. Maybe we could stop clinging to ego, giving up on that need to have a positive narrative of our lives. Maybe we could still drive a positive narrative, but instead of updating through credit and blame, we could get off on striving to be more objective and open-minded in assessing the influence of luck and skill on our outcomes. Maybe we could put in the time and hard work to retrain the way we process results, moving towards getting our positive self-image updates from accurate fielding, from truth-seeking, or maybe we could detour around the obstacles altogether by finding a workaround that doesn't require us to address self-serving bias at all. Got me worms. Doug and Grands took a fall, rip half the skin of her calf. Damn, that sucks, bro. Damn. That sucks. That sucks. I've been there. That shit's nasty, bro. That shit's nasty. Especially if she, like, takes hella fucking prescription pills and stuff. Or I think it's blood thinners. Oh, I think it's blood thinners. They make your skin, like, paper thin, basically. So, yeah. They fucking... Yeah, I've seen... both my grandparents took blood thinners, and their skin was, like, paper thin. And I've seen the inside of both of their arms, and it's disgusting. It's actually disgusting. Oh, it's so gross. Well, that's your close right there. 27.36, down 1% on the day. Overall market's up a little bit. So not bad. I don't know what crypto's at. Bitcoin's up, so I don't know why GameStop's selling off. Market's up, crypto's up. I guess you're just getting a lot of rejection on that 38 or 28, I mean. Doofus bought. They're not going to announce it. They'll announce it during earnings or at the end of the year. If they did. They're not going to, they're not going to do it. Well, they're going to buy the Bitcoin, I think, but they're not going to announce it. No way. Like, I think, just look at the short interest. I mean, that's your example. Like, people keep fucking shorting this stock. You were at, what, 2 months ago, like 10% short on the float. Now you're over 12%. So, honestly, the longer Ryan Cohen waits to announce it, the better it is for all of us. Because the more people that short this stock, if the Bitcoin thing works out, oh, they're getting absolutely smashed. They're getting absolutely smashed. So, I mean, I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it. Sailor constantly announces, yeah, they bought more today or yesterday. They're buying as it's going up. Supposing, but MicroStrategy is just, they're different. They're trying to be the number one Bitcoin holder, what it seems like. You might want shorters to get wrecked. I think so. And the more people that short when they do announce the Bitcoin, the higher the price is going to go. Really. GameStop hasn't really moved with Bitcoin. Like, back when Bitcoin was 80,000, we were at 27, weren't we? So, like, you really haven't seen... There have been days where GameStop moved with Bitcoin, but you haven't really seen GameStop move with Bitcoin. Like, when did we hit 27? April 14th? I think, let's see, April 14th, yeah. April 14th, Bitcoin was at 83,000, so you really haven't seen GameStop move with crypto yet. So it's very interesting. Because, you know, GameStop should be up more. I think we should be about 30. If GameStop's truly following Bitcoin along with the fundamentals, we should be at about $30. Unless GameStop, you know, is leading the way, I guess. I don't know. Just doesn't seem likely. I think there's a lot of uncertainty around GameStop still. Hold up. I mean, I guess our best comparison would be just look up MicroStrategy. MicroStrategy's up. So, yeah. I think the market's just ignoring GameStop when it comes to like crypto plays. Because, you know, they haven't announced anything, so it's technically not a crypto play for now. Who knows, though? Hard to say. Hard to say. Where'd my book go? Should we keep reading? A long ass stream, 5 hours. Damn. Longest stream we've done in a while. Serves them right. Yep. Exactly. Serves them right indeed. So yeah. I hope they don't even announce it next earnings. I hope they wait till the end of the year, because that would be interesting. I'm sure they'll announce it next earnings, but it would be very interesting if they waited. God, Chewy's insane. I don't know if I want to read anymore here. I'm pretty cooked. I guess I'll read this last part. And then I don't know what we're gonna do after that. People watching. One could conceivably argue that maybe self-serving bias isn't such a big deal because we can learn from other people's experience. Maybe the solution that has evolved is to compensate for the obstacles in learning from our own experience by watching other people do stuff. There are more than 7 billion other people on the planet who do stuff all the time. As Yogi Berra said, you can observe a lot by watching. Watching is an established learning method. There's an entire industry devoted to collecting other people's outcomes. When you read the Harvard Business Review or any kind of business or management case study, you're trying to learn from others. An important element of medical education is watching doctors perform medical procedures or other caregivers do their jobs up close. They watch, then they assist, and then hopefully they've learned. Who would want a surgeon who says this will be the first time I've seen inside a live human body? It's possible we could follow that example, going to school on the experience of the people around us. In poker, the bulk of what goes on is watching. An experienced player will choose to play only about 20% of the hands they're dealt, forfeiting the other 80% of the hands before even getting past the first round of betting. That means about 80% of the time is spent just watching other people play. Even if a poker player doesn't learn all that efficiently from the outcomes of the hands they play themselves, there's still a whole lot to be learned from watching what happens to other players in the game. After all, there's 4 times as much watching everyone else as there is playing a hand yourself. Not only are all those other people's outcomes plentiful, they're also free, aside from any ante. When a poker player chooses to play a hand, they are putting their own money at risk. When a poker player is just watching the game, they get to sit back and watch while other people put their money at risk. That's an opportunity to learn at no extra cost. When any of us makes decisions in life away from the poker table, we also have something at risk. Money, time, health, happiness, etc. When it's someone else's decision, we don't have to pay to learn, they do. There's a lot of free information out there. Unfortunately, learning from watching others is just fraught with bias. Just as there's a pattern in the way we feel our own outcomes, we feel the outcomes of our peers predictably. We use the same black and white thinking as with our own outcomes, but now we flip the script. Where we blame our bad outcomes on bad luck, when it comes to our peers, bad outcomes are clearly their fault. While our own good outcomes are due to our awesome decision making, when it comes to other people, good outcomes are because they got lucky. As artist and writer Jean Cocteau said, we must believe in luck, for how else can we explain the success of those we don't like? When it comes to watching the bad outcomes of other people, we load the blame on them, quickly and heavily. One of the most famous moments in baseball history, in which 40,000 people at a baseball stadium and tens of millions around the world instantly blamed an otherwise typical fan for keeping the Chicago Cubs out of the World Series, demonstrates this. The incident is known as the Bartman play. In 2003, the Chicago Cubs were 1 game from reaching the first World Series since 1945. They led 3-2 in the series against the Florida Marlins, and led Game 6 with 1 out of the top of the 8th innings. A Marlins hitter lifted a foul fly towards the left field stands. At the base of the sloping wall, separating spectators from the field, Cub left fielder Moses Alou reached his glove over his head for the ball as several spectators on the other side of the wall also reached for it. One of the 40,000 spectators at Wrigley Field, Steve Bartman, deflected the ball, which then bounced off the railing, landing at the feet of another spectator. Alou stormed away, expressing anger at the fan who kept him from attempting to catch the ball. The Cubs had a 3-0 lead at the time Bartman, those folks near him, and Moses Alou reached for the foul ball. Had Alou caught it, the Cubs would have been 4 outs from reaching the World Series. Here's how the future unfolded after Bartman touched the ball. The Cubs lost the game, and Game 7 too, failing again to reach the World Series. Bartman got the blame, first from the 40,000 people present who pointed and chanted "asshole," threw beer and garbage at him, and yelled death threats. Then from millions of Cubs fans, not just on sports and news shows replaying the incident at the time, but for more than a decade. One person who actually assaulted Bartman while he was surrounded by stadium security said, "I wanted to expose him for ruining what could have been a once-in-a-lifetime experience." Steve Bartman had a bad outcome. He reached for the ball, and the Cubs eventually lost. Was that due to his bad decision making or bad luck? To be sure, he made the decision to reach for the ball, so there was some skill in that. He also, however, had an overwhelming amount of bad luck. Almost uniformly, people discounted that bad luck, blaming Bartman for the loss of that game in the series itself. Alex Gibney's ESPN documentary on the Bartman play, Catching Hell, displays the double standard, showing the replay from numerous angles and interviewing spectators and members of the media from the scene. Gibney noted, the footage clearly showed, there are a lot of people who went for that ball. One fan, who lunged right next to Bartman for the ball, couldn't deny that he hit reach for the ball, the same as Bartman. I went for the ball, there's no way. I obviously went for the ball. Yet he tried to claim that, unlike Bartman, he never would have interfered with the play. Once I saw Moses Allou's glove, I had no interest in the ball. That fan at once took credit for his good outcome. I'm not having touched the ball and placed blame squarely on Bartman's decision making rather than bad luck. While everybody in the vicinity behaved the same way, Bartman was the unlucky one who touched the baseball. But the fans didn't see it as bad luck. They saw it as his fault. Worse yet, none of the subsequent things that happened in the game, all clearly outside of Bartman's control, mitigated his responsibility. Remember that after the ball landed in the stands, the Cubs were in the same position they were before the Bartman play. They still had the Marlins down to their last 5 outs with a 3-0 lead in the game, their ace pitcher hurling a shutout, and a 3-2 lead in the best-of-7 series. That batter who hit the foul ball was still at the plate with a 3-2 count. The Marlins went on to score 8 runs in the inning, 7 of them after 2 batters later. The Cubs shortstop, Alex Gonzalez, bobbled an inning-ending double play ball for an error. Bartman had a lot of bad luck to end up with that result, much of which had to do with the play of the team, over which Bartman clearly had no control. The fans, nevertheless, laid all the blame on Bartman rather than on, say, Gonzalez. Nearby fans yelled, "Rotten hell. Everyone in Chicago hates you. You suck." As he walked through the concourse, people yelled, "We're going to kill you, go to prison, put a 12 gauge in your mouth, and pull the trigger." It'd be nice if a storyline developed that gave Steve Bartman credit for the Cubs winning the World Series in 2016. After all, Steve Bartman was a key player in the chain of events responsible for a moribund franchise hiring baseball turnaround specialist, Theo Epstein as president of baseball operations, and Joe Maddon as manager. Not surprisingly, the narrative hasn't gotten any traction. We see this pattern of blaming others for bad outcomes and failing to give them credit for good ones all over the place. When someone else at work gets a promotion instead of us, do we admit they worked harder then and deserved it more than we did? No. It was because they schmoozed the boss. If someone does better on a test at school, it's because the teacher likes them more. If someone explains the circumstances of a car accident and how it wasn't their fault, we roll our eyes. We assume the cause was their bad driving. When I started in poker, I followed the same pattern and still fight the urge in every area of my life to this day. Even though I was quick to take credit for my own successes and blame bad luck for my losses, I flipped this when evaluating other players. I didn't give other players enough credit for winning, or viewed another way, give other players credit for my losing. But I was quick to blame their losses on their poor play. When I first started, my brother gave me a list of cards that were good to play, written on a napkin while we were eating in a coffee shop at the Binion's Horseshoe Casino. I clutched this napkin like I was Moses clutching the 10 Commandments. When I saw people win with hands that were not on my brother's list, I dismissed it as good luck since they clearly did not know how to play. I was so close-minded to the thought that they might deserve credit for winning that I didn't even bother to describe these hands to my brother to ask him if there might be a good reason they would play a hand off this list. As my understanding of the game grew over time, I realized the hands on that list weren't the only hands you could ever play. For one thing, my only playing hands on the list meant you would never bluff. My brother gave me that list to keep me, a total novice, out of trouble. He gave me that list because the hands he was telling me to play would limit the mistakes a total beginner might make. I didn't know that. Depending on all sorts of factors, sometimes there are hands that wouldn't be on the list that would be perfectly okay to play. Even though I had access to the list writer, I never asked my brother why these guys were playing these off-listed cards. My biased assessment of why they were winning slowed my learning down considerably. I missed out on a lot of opportunities to make money because I dismissed other players as lucky when I might have been learning from watching them. To be sure, some of those people shouldn't have been playing those hands and were actually playing poorly, but as I figured out almost a year into playing, not all of them. The systemic errors in the way we field the outcomes of our peers comes at a real cost. It doesn't just come at the cost of reaching our goals, but also the cost of compassion for others. Okay. I don't know if I want to keep reading. I'm freaking tired, dude. Can't believe we did a 5-hour stream. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh yeah, Mark Zuckerberg was on the Theo Vaughn podcast. I didn't watch it yet, but I might watch it. Zuckerberg has some okay interviews. Mr. Zuck. The Zuckinator. I don't know. I'm freaking tired. See what news we got here. I don't know if I'm going to read anymore here. 103. Good book, though. Nothing there. Nothing there. Oh yeah, you have some earnings after hours. Starbucks would probably be one of the ones to watch, I guess. I don't know. There's quite a few. I'll keep that up. I'll stick around for a little bit just because I want to see what all these stocks do on earnings. God, I gotta do insider buying so bad. Whoops, I need that Yahoo. Any new whales? I think they only updated at the beginning of the day. Snap plunges 11%, drop on headwinds to start quarter, inability to offer guidance. Snapchat. Oh, Snapchat. Wrecked. Wrecked, son. Absolutely wrecked. Back down to the support. Snapchat. I'll save that one for tomorrow. Ooh. Chipotle is giving away 50,000 burritos, but you have to play Roblox. Interesting. Logan Paul's text messages reveal he wants to sabotage CopyZilla and NFT lawsuit. I watched a video about that over the weekend. How, dude? What is this? Meta has plans to bring AI to WhatsApp chats without breaking privacy. I think another WhatsApp thing was they're bringing call and video chat on there. All right. GTA 6's release date just got extremely good news after major announcement. GTA 6's fall 2025 release date window has come under scrutiny for months now as Rockstar has yet to reveal a second trailer, but a new announcement should have fans breathing a sigh of relief. Rockstar Games' parent company Take-Two Interactive has remained confident that GTA 6 will release in fall 25, but the fears of setbacks have lingered, especially with the CEO admitting a delay was possible. As we inch closer to fall and a second trailer, still yet to be announced, fans have begun to feel like it's just a matter of time until Rockstar confirms their worst fears. On April 29th, an announcement was made, and it's not one you might expect, but it's the best piece of news Grand Theft Auto fans have had in a while. Oh, it's about Borderlands? Okay, never mind. Never mind, I don't... Okay. By moving the release date forward, it would give Borderlands 4 more time to shine before GTA 6's launch week later steals the spotlight, a theory many shared. Okay. I see. Starbucks earnings missed, but coffee chain says it's seeing momentum with turnaround. Starbucks. Stock didn't move. Visa is another one. Looks like Visa beat. Oh, I don't know, but just judging by the stock movement. Booking didn't beat. Booking got clapped. Damn, Booking was at almost at all-time highs. Well, kind of. Not really, but close. Not anymore, but compared to any airline type thing, this was crushing. I haven't looked at that stock in years. EXR. Looks like EXR did okay. Maybe. It's a REIT. A REIT. Snapchat's trash. Full solar. Probably trash. Yep. This is a 14 billion market cap still? That's crazy. I don't think that company's good at all, if I'm not mistaken. Caesar's salad up a little bit. Okay. Time is it? It's already 2:30. Probably no news, I assume. Hitting the rain. Bro, is this Moose? Is this you, bro? Is this you, Moose? This has got to be Moose. That'd be funny if this was Moose. Okay. Wait, I needed that. I don't know where we go from here. I think it's time to leave. This is the longest stream we've done in a while. So, thank you guys, as always, for supporting the stream. For real, I appreciate it. God bless you. Shout out to everyone who's here. Small Fry, KCR, Muma, Moose, Kristen maybe. I don't know who else is here. Rosh maybe. Trader Twin Dad maybe. Matt Romano maybe. Moose I think I already said Moose. Hugh maybe. Tricky maybe. I don't know who's all here. DC maybe. NSO maybe. I don't know. I'm just looking at all the names in the chat, and if you're here, you're here. Jared, possibly Jared's here still. Who knows? But I appreciate you guys. Thank you for supporting the stream. God bless you. Have a good rest of your day. I'll catch you tomorrow for another exciting... Well, I mean, GameStop hasn't been that exciting lately. Let's be real. It's been pretty boring. So, another day. Another day in the life of a GameStop investor who sits at the computer all day. All right. Well, much love. I'll talk to you guys later. Peace.